clear
Yeah,
Dion is not going to withdraw his presence from the
he not.
drafting process.
And it's
I
a
mean, I
shame too because I saw
mhm.
him on he was on Tamron Hall a couple days ago, and she asked him about it, and he's like that's his son. Like, yeah, I get it, that's your son. You want him to be in the best position to win, but if it come down to New York and Tennessee, I still got New York for him. I think New York is a great marketing place for him. Tennessee, who do they have out there? You know what I'm saying? Like, is CBS going to show their games on Sunday afternoons? I don't think they are.
But LeVar Ball, he totally pioneered being the obnoxious, annoying uh, uh, man
Hmm.
in the media. I mean,
Yeah.
if you remember when Lonzo Ball was preparing to get drafted,
Hmm.
Lonzo Ball didn't do a interview without LeVar Ball being by him.
Right.
Now
Right.
we haven't seen Deion Sanders get that close, to being uh, so annoying on that front.
Hmm.
But I will say the maybe part of the reason why he doesn't want Shador to go to the Giants may
Hmm.
also have to do with the fact that who's in Tennessee's division.
You got who's that? The Colts, I think. The Texans.
I mean, the Jaguars, the Colts, the Texans are the only threat in that division.
Right.
Whereas with the NFC East, you got to deal with Washington, you got to
Hmm.
deal with Philly,
Hmm.
and only a name only even Dallas. So
Right.
maybe uh, Dion is looking at Shador going to Tennessee and seeing you can leapfrog over the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Indianapolis Colts,
Right. Right.
and maybe in a few years you can overtake the Texans.
Yeah. When they get the proper weapons around him, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, even if he's there, what vets are they going to be able to get there that's going to say like, oh, I'm gonna go to Tennessee to play with Shador? You know what I'm saying? Because your father's gonna might be the next coach for the Cowboys. He ain't gonna be in Tennessee with him. You know what I'm saying? So the recruiting process and for the NFL is gonna be totally different for Dion than it was in Colorado. But you know, you come to New York, you already got Malik Neighbors. You know what I'm saying? You know they can build around that. You know, offensively, they still need the Giants need a lot of help. But at least you got two faces. You would have two faces for that franchise offensively. You know what I'm saying? Defensively, I always felt like since the OGs left, since Antonio Pierce left, and
Strahan,
Strahan, OC Umanora, like those were like the faces of our defense. Once they left, they don't have a face to me on defense anymore, like they did. They don't have the defense got no personality. You know what I'm saying? And Giants need a lot of help, and they have to get this draft right. This is the one draft that you can either go QB or you can go with a multi-talented player like Travis Hunter, and they can't fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? Because this they might never get back to where they was if they fuck up in this draft. And some fans, I've seen some fans online saying they prefer Travis Hunter. He's good. We still need a QB to throw to Travis Hunter if we're going to use him on offense, and we ain't got no QB. So I would like for them to get a QB first. You know, whether it's in the draft or on through free agency, and they got to start with the QB. Everything starts with the QB first. We don't have that. You know what I'm saying? We had a QB that was there for way too long that they gave the bag to, and I said it when they gave him the bag, they're gonna regret it, and that's what happened because You cannot pay Daniel Jones $100 something million, and he only took us to the playoffs once. And you want to get rid of Saquon Barkley? Saquon was our offense. How do you get rid of him and then you send him to the other team in our division? Makes no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? That would be like the Lakers sending LeBron to the Clippers. Makes no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they have a lot of ass kissing to do when it comes to Giants Nation, and I want to see what they do because they did not watch any of their games this season. They just played bad. The one shining spot that they had was Malik Neighbors, and I don't blame him when he says that he wants to win. At the same time, you are a rookie. You should not be coming out in the media saying, "Oh, I want to win this and that." You're a rookie. You know what it is when you're a rookie in any league. You know what I'm saying? You're there to make that franchise better.
But
That's what you're
isn't
there for.
but isn't that an indictment on the veterans on that team that it took a rookie to say just how much he is sick and tired of losing and the
But
dysfunction?
who's the veterans on that team though? Who's the veterans on that team? Because the veterans that we had is gone. Saquon is gone. Daniel Jones is gone. Who's the veterans on that team that we have?
There's got to be some veteran on the Giants team.
I don't know
I don't.
any. I mean, if they are, you got to show me though. I don't know them. You know what I'm saying? Because I just feel like it's just a hodgepodge of people, other players from other teams that didn't do well, and they all on one team. It's like we need veterans on this team. We have young players, but we don't have an identity no more like we did, especially on defense. We need those characters, those personalities in the locker room. We don't have that. So there's nobody there in the locker room to take responsibility and ownership of their mistakes like we once had on offense and on defense. We don't have that in the locker room, and that's why they're bad. You know what I'm saying? And we don't have that. No Eli Manning. Eli Manning took responsibility when he made mistakes. We don't have Eli. You know what I'm saying? We don't have Victor Cruz. We don't have nobody on on that team right now that can own up to their mistakes. It's just everybody's like out for their own, out for themselves. And that is the issue. And the front office I blame, and they have to change the culture of the Giants next season. Because if we don't, everybody should be cleaned house. The coach should get fired. I'm surprised he even came back, and the general manager need to go. They need to clean house and
So
get
who
back
is it?
to. Hmm?
So if you look at that division,
Uh,
Saquon Barkley is the best running back in the league. Then you got Jaden Daniels, who is there as a quarterback. He is their best runner.
mhm.
Like they don't really have a running game besides him. So who is the Giants running back that?
You mean Jaden Daniels is with the Commanders? You mean?
Yeah, like my point is,
Uh-huh.
if you look at that division,
Hmm.
as far as the running game,
Hmm.
like who do the Giants have that that can come close? Saquon Barkley, that's too far gone, but you got to be able to at least outrush
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels. Like who do the Giants have at running back?
Right. They don't have nobody. Like I said this in camp last year that they got what's that dude? I forgot his name. The dude that came from the Texans. Um Forgot his last name. But he was a journeyman. He played for the Bills, he played for the Texans. He was not a starter. You know what I'm saying? And they lost their starter to Philly. They don't have a starting running back. You know what I'm saying? And my whole thing is like you need a running back. They need a running back. They need a starting running back. And not just anybody. Just they need a running back that can put up yards and that's efficient, that doesn't get injury prone. And they don't have that right now. They don't have a tight end. We need a tight end. Their receiving core is not great. You know, Slayton and all these other cats, it seems like they've been there forever. What have they done? You know what I'm saying? When your offense is being run through the running back and he's putting up the numbers, that's an indictment on the receiving core that they have. What have they done? Malik Neighbors come out of nowhere and he's automatically the best receiver that they got. You know what I'm saying? And he's the one
Yeah,
speaking out, talking about that he doesn't like losing. And I'm like, yeah, I don't blame you. But at the same time, you are a rookie. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are there to make this franchise better. Like, you can't start complaining about it now. You just came into the league. You don't have 5 years under your belt yet to start complaining about.
so
You know
so,
what I'm
so
saying?
so you're saying he doesn't have the right to complain
No, he
because
doesn't.
he hasn't put in enough pain yet.
He hasn't. I get it. I get it. And I'm like, and that's in any league though. You could NBA. The best players go to the losing teams. They can't, when Vince Carter got to Toronto, he didn't start bitching and complaining that, oh, we're losing. He turned the Toronto around to where they at now. Like, they wasn't showing primetime Raptors games before him.
Hey,
They showed them. Well, they don't show them no more. But at a point in time when he got there, they were showing them on prime time.
I saw firsthand when the Pistons was on that 30 game
Hmm.
losing streak. Cade
Hmm.
Cunningham, he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown because because they had lost for
Right,
more than a month,
right.
and he's our number one draft pick.
Hmm.
Now, he had every reason to be upset and to complain,
Right.
but he did it. You know why?
Hmm.
Because as a leader, much comes with great power comes great responsibility.
Exactly. And
Like
look what he's done with that team now. He's turned that team around.
they they're 5-0 this month. They've won five
Yeah.
games this month, and they're uh, hovering right around the eighth playoff spot.
And they beat my Knicks recently. So, you know, um, hey man, the Pistons got getting their act together. I like to see that. They should be back in the playoffs.
Hey, remember last year when I said historically
Hmm.
it used to be uh, by October during football season.
Right.
By October, I'm always looking forward to basketball season,
Uh-huh. Mike,
and
what's good? Salute.
now this season,
Hmm.
the Pistons and the Lions have
Yeah.
winning records.
Yeah. Yep. Salute to y'all, man. Like another Michigan native. Pistons getting their act together. I like to see Kate Cunningham is a great ball player. I watched him in college, and he had a rough rookie year, but he's turning that team around, and it's good to see them do their thing. So the Lions winning, the Pistons winning.
And
How
he's
how
going to
the
be
how the Red Wings doing? Like, what about the Red Wings? How they doing?
right now they're struggling. They're on a losing streak right now,
Right.
but they they do have a winning record in December.
Okay.
So right now they're about to enter a stretch
Right.
of uh, of road games,
Hmm.
but right now I think like with 2 months remaining,
Right.
they should like if they get on a hot streak,
Hmm.
they should be able to be in the mix.
Right.
But they're much better than years past.
Hey, they're gonna get their act together, and then you'll have the Red Wings winning. You know.
Oh, and by the way,
Mhm.
Kate Cunningham should be an All Star
Oh
this
yeah,
season.
for sure, definitely, definitely.
And like if it's for people that are Pistons fans,
Uh-huh.
especially if you live here,
Right.
if you're familiar with George
Mhm.
Blaha, he's our legendary play-by-play, man.
Right,
It feels it feels good to hear him with Greg Kelser actually call games that are meaningful.
right, right.
And like like I used to uh man I used to watch Pistons games. Sometimes even when we had bad seasons, I would
Uh,
listen only for George Blaha. And
see?
like even like I can only imagine just how much it sucks to call games when the team is terrible. You're not going to make the playoffs. You're going to be at the bottom of the barrel
Right,
for the draft lottery.
right.
And I'm just glad that George Blaha can call games that are meaningful now. Like I don't know what's the equivalent. Like whoever would be like the equivalent to Knicks play by
Oh,
play.
that would be like he'd be like the equivalent to like Clyde, Walt Frazier,
Yeah.
and Mike Green, or like even like Bob Uecker when Bob Uecker used to be the Brewers analyst.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'd be
Exactly.
like that. Yeah, or Vince Scully for on the Dodgers.
Yo, cause I'm sure like I've only heard Clyde Frazier call a couple of Knicks games that was on TV, maybe a
Mm,
handful of times.
right.
He's always like he's a silver tongue. Like he has a cool way of talking
Hmm.
that is I call it black cool.
Yeah.
It's like it's like guys from the 70s,
Hmm.
men of that generation, like their vernacular, it's black, it's cool, it's hip,
Hmm.
it's grown. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
He has his own lingo. That's like how he talk. Nobody else does. So I don't know if he's just has that he's stuck in the 70s or
Hey, if he, hey, be stuck in the 70s, man, because I'd rather he be stuck in the 70s than follow these dudes that are goofy as hell, man.
I mean
You
only
know what I'm talking about. I'm talking
right.
about these. I'm talking about these guys that you know
Sam, what's good?
that carry themselves not like men, but do a lot of sucker stuff.
I mean Clyde will sit there and say stumbling and bumbling. And that would pretty much mean like yo, the Knicks are in trouble. Or he always used something that rhymes together. You know what I'm saying? He's like I don't know, like he's like Dr. Seuss. You know what I'm saying? It's weird.
But
But
hey, but
mhm,
he played for the city that birthed hip hop. So I'm not
right,
surprised that he is a wizard with words.
right. I mean, yeah, I mean, he came up with the 70s. And that's the last time they won a championship was what, 73. So he was a part of that team. And he's like one of the very few left that's still alive. A lot of them died off. You know what I'm saying? So he's still doing his thing. You know what I
Man,
mean? But it's
yo,
like, uh,
I was going to say
uh,
he won a championship the year that Nicky Barnes
right,
and Frank Lucas was
hmm,
flooding the streets
right,
with dope.
yeah. And he looked like a drug dealer. Like if you look at like he was like he was like the poster boy for what cool looked like at that time with the fur coats and the fedora hats and the bell bottoms, the shoes, and he still dressed like that. You know what I'm saying? He still have like the pattern suits and all that, and the colorful ties with the matching
The
handkerchief
wide, like with
and
the wide lapels.
yeah, he's still like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he never left the 70s, and I think that's why people love him so much because it's like he's like a throwback to that era. You know what I'm saying? And that's he's a legend for sure.
Yeah, and his style. I felt like his style was very influential.
Right.
Big man, you remember who was the sideline reporter for TNT? The white guy.
Oh, Craig Sager.
Yeah, Craig Sager.
Yeah,
Like I felt like Craig Sager jacked Walt
yeah,
Frazier's old steez.
yeah. And it's like, unfortunately, he's no longer here. He passed away, and I think they made like some special Nikes for him or some shit like that because he had like the weird blazers that he used to wear. I'm like, well, Clyde was doing that forever. Where's his
Mhm.
where's his where's his special pair of Pumas or Nikes? Don't wait till this man dropped dead to give him a pair. You know what I mean? So,
Yo, you made me think of something.
uh,
Like when we're talking about fashion,
hmm
man. Like if you compare Walt Frazier's uh, fashion sense to, say, Emmanuel Acho on
hmm
Fox Sports One,
hmm
it's like the difference between like grown man
uh,
and metrosexual whatever. It's
uh,
like, dude, man, like you wearing a suit jacket that's extra tight, you wearing
mm.
pants that are damn near painted on. Yo, it just goes to show you just how much values have changed.
Is that the one? Is that the one that allegedly he slept with Joy Taylor?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard about that. Like, so I used to watch that show once in the blue. Allegedly, like, she was sleeping around with different people at that station to get where she was to get ahead or whatever. It's crazy, and the thing is, I'm reading the comments and I'm seeing so many women that's actually for what she did. I'm like, y'all bitches are really, we're really stoop that level. Like, y'all would just willingly give up pussy just to get ahead.
No pun intended.
I'm just saying, I'm like, I can't believe the amount of comments are from women that supported what allegedly that she did. I'm like, wow, it's definitely different times that we living in now.
I just to play I'll play devil's advocate
hmm
because I've heard many people, men and women, make this argument.
hmm
Well, if a woman, usually a lot of women will sleep with powerful executives and power brokers
hmm
because the industry is sexist, the industry is misogynistic. So if the entry if uh, the barrier to entry is that men hold all of the cards and men make all of these powerful decisions, and your credentials aren't enough to get you through the door. Maybe women have to use their sexuality to not only get through the door, but have a seat at the table. What do you think about that?
I disagree because I feel like if that was the case, then every woman in hip hop would be doing what Sexy Red and Megan is doing and Cardi B. And Latifah never have to do that. MC
No,
Light,
no, no,
I
no.
never,
I'm talking about in the sports industry, like
well,
with
I
Joy
mean,
Taylor.
I've seen the show. I do feel like she know what she's talking about. I mean, her brother is Jason Taylor. He played for the Miami Dolphins, so it's
Mm-hmm.
not like she grew up around sports. I mean, if she had to put out to get ahead, I just feel like you're kind of like cheapening yourself just for like a certain status in life, and I'm like, if you got to put out ass just to I just feel like that's not the type of message that young women need to hear. Like, oh, I got to put out ass just to get ahead in life, and I just feel like there's other ways to be where you want to be than just putting out, and maybe she just wanted to do it. Maybe she just one of them freaks where she wanted to sleep around. I don't know. I don't know her like that. So I mean, I'm only going off of what I hear about her. You know.
I to me, what I found abhorrent, if it is true, is that she was going to cry uh, rape
hmm
or sexual harassment if it was discovered that she had slept with the uh, executive at Fox Sports, wanted to give her that slot on Speak First.
Hmm.
What the reason why I think that is abhorrent is because number one, you are accusing somebody of a crime that they did not commit.
Right.
Number two, it cheapens actual cases of rape and sexual
Exactly.
harassment of women that actually experience those things.
Exactly. Because
And
she had a choice. It's not like if somebody put a gun to her head and made her do it. She wanted to do
exactly. And I think when, women have agency. So unless she was kidnapped, unless she was uh, held against her will and brainwashed, she had the power to make these choices
it. Right.
for her career. She was of sound mind, and I
Hmm.
think, and if it is true, I I would like to see her face some uh, punishment, but I think right now it hasn't even been any charges filed. It
Hmm.
was just uh, I think isn't it just conjecture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and with saying that, much respect to the female journalists that actually know their sports, like Mina Kimes from ESPN,
Hmm.
Jamel Hill.
Yeah.
Uh, hell, I like Mina. She can break down X's and O's better than most men.
Hmm. Facts. Let's get to this album.
Yes,
Skank
sir.
Rap Podcast. Your boy Triborough and Raka Bash as always. We talking about this long-awaited sequel. It seems like forever that Redman took to drop this. The sequel to Muddy Waters in 1996. It finally dropped on Christmas Eve of 2024. 32 tracks, and I want to say for like the past decade, Redman been teasing us with this. Back in 2015, he dropped Mudface, and even back then he said that was like a EP. It was like a prequel to an appetizer to to hold people over till Muddy Waters 2 came out. 2018, he dropped some singles. I Love Hip Hop. He had what else he had? He had 1990 Now. He had Tear It Up. He had Trap House. I don't remember a lot of these songs. Black Men in America. He had another EP that came out called Three Joints. Then he started releasing his freestyles, 80 bars, So Cool, Jane, and then we didn't hear from him. And then he comes out with some singles, Don't Want to See Me Rich and Jersey, which was like the first two singles from the album. He was dropping a lot of freestyles. So I knew once I saw the freestyles, I'm like, yo, Redman is gearing up for something. I didn't know what it was. I thought maybe it would be like another batch of singles or mixtape, but he actually dropped the album cover on his Instagram, and it gave me vibes of Muddy Waters with the house and the red lights, and he was like he had his Timbs on, the dirty Timbs, and I'm like, okay, so it's actually coming out, and it's long overdue, and he had different producers on this album. Mostly he did a lot of the production himself, and you had Eric Sermon and Crisis and Rockwaller, and I'm like, yo, 32 tracks. I'm glad he gave us a long playing album, and it wasn't like 10 tracks, or because then I would have been like, well, you've been teasing us for this long. You got to give us more than just you know, uh, 10 or 12 tracks. And he gave us 32 tracks, which is technically like a triple album. And it has the intros and the skits and the I loved it. And what did how what did you feel about this album when you first heard about it? Like, what was your initial thoughts? Did you feel like it was going to come out on time?
Actually, when I first heard of Muddy Waters too, this
Mm-hmm.
was at least 2 years ago that he
Mm-hmm.
announced it, and I was I took a wait and see approach because it protects me from getting too excited.
Right.
Even last year, even when he said, "Yo, Muddy Waters 2 is coming,"
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that before. You know,
Right.
artists will announce the release of an album, and then it doesn't come out that year. It
Mm-hmm.
comes out maybe 1 or 2 years later.
Right.
But before that, I was really digging Redman's freestyles over 90s beats.
Yeah. Definitely.
And my favorites are when he rhymed over Benita Applebum.
That was fire.
And yo, he did a version of the Shiznit
Yeah.
about
That was
Snoop
dope.
Dogg.
Oh yeah.
And man, I like those freestyles better than some of the songs on Muddy Water too.
Really? Oh wow.
Yes,
We gotta
sir.
talk about that.
Yo,
Interesting.
and a lot of it has to do with the 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 inspiration I believe he felt from rhyming over the Shiznit or
Mm-hmm.
rhyming over Benita Applebum.
Right.
In um, and throughout this project, there's a major motif that he is constantly underpinning.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 90s nigga. He's a
Right.
90s MC.
Right.
He takes pride in being one of the illest MCs from the 90s. As a matter of fact, he made his debut on two songs from EP&D's
Fact.
1990 album,
Fact. You
Business
right.
Never Personal.
You right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
He was on yeah, he was on business as usual and then business on personal.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I so when Muddy Waters 2 finally came out,
Mm-hmm.
now my expectations were raised
Right.
because I felt like if if your intent is to make an album just as good as the first Muddy Waters, then I'm going to hold you to the standard of Raekwon's Only Built for Cuban Links 2.
Right.
Because I like Only Built for Cuban Links 2.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's not better than the first Only Built for Cuban Links,
Right.
but just on its own, Only Built for Cuban Links 2 is a very expansive project. It has all of the best producers, and he delivered.
Right. And I remember when Raekwon was doing that album, that seemed like a decade too. I remember going to Fat Beats when it was still open in the city, and they had like the promo posters for it,
Yeah,
and he had like a lot of unreleased stuff that was left on the cutting room floor that they end up turning into like the Vatican mixtapes, and he had different like Lost Jewels. He had different mixtapes that were coming out with a lot of unreleased stuff from those Cuban Link 2 sessions, and even the unreleased stuff was great. I'm like, damn, like he could have had like a triple album if he wanted to with that sequel. You know, and he's like one of the very few, in my opinion, that did a sequel to a classic original album the right way. A lot of people have done that, like Jay-Z, like AZ, and it wasn't great. It didn't live up to the original. You know what I'm saying? And I was to me, I felt like I didn't think Redman should have did it. But the fact that he made us wait this long and he gave us a long playing album, I was like, this is the way to do it. You know what I'm saying? You didn't rush it out there. You know, you wasn't trying to outdo the first one. But he when he came back strong, and that's all you can ask for. It don't have to be a classic immediately, but as long as it's in the same vein, paying homage to the first one. I think he did this. He did that with this album.
Agreed.
You know, um, yeah. So we got like he got a couple singles that came out already. Like I said, he had Don't Want to See Me Rich. He had Jersey. He got I'm on That Bullshit. I think that video came out last week, if I'm not mistaken. He just dropped Bria Shot today. That video is hilarious. So he's definitely promoting this album like the way it should be promoted. You know, if you got 32 tracks for a sequel album, it's being promoted. I would love to see him go on a world tour for it, but he's definitely promoting it like he should. And you want to start with track one?
Yeah.
We got Muddy Waters 2, the welcome intro that was produced by Redman. It's only like maybe a second or two long. It's not a real intro. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about it, if anything?
Well, first and foremost, as you mentioned, it's a very short song. Like
Right.
I think it's not even 16 bars long.
You know.
Um, uh, of course, like Redman's MCing is built on using a lot of similes.
Hmm.
Like for example, um, hit him with the unpositive K. I ain't having
Hmm.
that.
Hmm.
Like again, he's from the '90s. He says he's a '90s nigga, so he wants to remind you who his peers were, what hip hop was like during that time.
Hmm.
So to mention a positive K, you know, who don't like who don't remember I ain't got a man,
Right.
what you man got to do with me.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a big
That
hit.
that was like that song was uh to 92, 93 what any Drake hit would be in the 2010s.
Right.
And I'm not really a big Drake fan,
Hmm.
but you get my gist,
Oh
right?
yeah. I don't. At this point, I like. Look, I used to like his stuff, his early stuff when he was, doing the mixtapes like So Far Gone and the Comeback Season, and even his early albums to me were like his best shit. I don't think he's been the same, no pun intended, since Nothing Was the Same. And the petty shit that he's been doing in the last year is like totally turned me off from listening to him ever again. Because that like now I see why a lot of hip hop heads don't fuck with him. I didn't really before I just thought it was these mainstream, these pop. There's gonna be heads that they don't. There's heads that don't fuck with mainstream like that. But the petty shit that he's doing with the whole Kendrick beef, that made me like not want to fuck with
Yeah,
him ever again. You know what I'm saying? Like he could drop an album tomorrow and I won't check for it because I didn't listen to the last album. You know what I'm saying? And it's just that there's no room for that in hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And you wanted it's
yeah.
like he wants to sue everybody now. He's like it's beyond just a diss track now. It's like you want to sue the Grammys, you want to sue the NFL, and like come on,
It's him being a sore loser, and that it is basically validating what a lot of people felt you already were.
right,
You know, like like in football, there are teams that they're great at playing with the lead.
facts,
But once they get behind and they have to clamp down on defense
right,
and get a stop to give the offense a chance to come back. When Drake fell behind after Not Like Us, was felt in the streets, felt uh, by the general public. He put out the Hard Part 6, and I felt like it was him waving the white flag.
Yeah.
It was him being sarcastic and, basically complaining that he had to, uh, lower himself to the mud to get on
Mm.
Kendrick's level,
Right.
which I felt was a cop out because no, you were for weeks, if not months, you have been trolling him and luring him into this battle. So
Facts.
after he met your disrespect, now you want to, involve the courts. You want to file petitions,
Right.
to have it removed from streaming services. You want uh, the NFL to prevent Kendrick from performing the song at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's very uh, this is what losers do. But back
Right.
to this song, um, Redman mentioned he said a line,
Mm-hmm.
and anybody that knows me knows that Prince is one of my favorite musicians
Yeah.
ever. So when he said, "I stayed around that perp nigga like Wendy and Lisa,"
Yep.
perp, of course,
Purple
you
Rain.
know, is a strain of weed, but perp also short for purple.
Right.
Prince was known as the purple one.
Mm.
Purple is the color of royalty, and Wendy and Lisa were members of Prince's band and co-songwriting partners for a lot of his songs.
Right.
So I really felt that lyric, and I felt it was a dope tribute.
Yeah.
Like Redman felt uh, he felt it was important enough to to pay homage to an all-time great that way, celebrating his love of weed and music.
Right. I agree. But we talking about track two. This is the fuck going on. This is like the track after the 2 second intro and yeah, he had some dope lines on here. Like I flip modes from Rampage to zip codes out of trench coat. I'm heavier than Klitschko. Klitschko talking about the Klitschko brothers, the twin brothers that used to be champions in boxing.
Heavyweights.
Yeah, heavyweight boxers. Now retired. And yeah, I thought that was like a nice opening track after the intro, and he did his thing. It wasn't nothing that was too long. It was short and sweet, and we got to track three, which is what's hot, and he said in the chorus, you can't tell me nigga what's hot and what's not. Referring back to him being a '90s nigga and cutting, being cut from that cloth, and which is how I feel now anyway. When I hear like 20 something year olds try to tell me about what's this album's better than this one. I'm like, you ain't lived long enough to tell me what's hot and what's not. You know what I'm saying? So I I
Yeah,
totally I totally agree with Redman on this. He has some lines. I flood your town, wash away the petty niggas. To tell Mother Nature I'm gonna break the love you with her. He definitely killed his beat. What you thought about it?
I felt like Redman. If you notice, Redman he has really grown wise.
Right.
Like every every even the most ignorant person will mature.
Hmm.
But just because you mature doesn't mean you become wise. And I
Hmm.
feel like Redman, especially the interview that he gave either for OK Player or Ambrosia, but he talked about how he was celibate for 2 years and he had to drop a lot of his old friends.
Yeah.
And I can hear his clarity. I can hear where he has started to find the voids that are in music and he's filling them.
Hmm.
I'm like there's a like in the second lyric in the second verse, he spoke to my soul when he said, "Now the generation is full of millennials," and I asked, "What the fuck is a millennial?" Either you live right, nigga, or you die young.
Uh-huh.
At any hour, I rush you for my Sue Young. If father figure turn quick to a father, nigga.
Uh,
Hence the phrase, are you a monkey or you a gorilla? And the reason why I love that lyric is because rap artists of Redman's generation, Redman, Buster Rhymes,
mhm.
Ghostface, Nas, their legacies are being told by journalists or bloggers that weren't even alive when they were
Exactly.
in their prime. So
Exactly.
how could you determine whether their new music is hitting when you weren't even around when
Mhm.
their best work was enjoyed by the
Exactly.
millions at that time?
Yep.
And uh, the beat is very gutter. You know,
Hmm.
it's exactly what Redman is great at.
Right.
Is is rhyming against a like a not atonal, but rhyming against a a beat that isn't melodic. Is very sinister,
Right.
and he just finds these pockets that are just absolute polyrhythmic.
Hmm.
And I and I think the older he's getting, the more he is reinvigorated to continue rapping and continue to prove just how ill he is at his age.
I agree. And that track was produced by Crisis, and Redman was hot. It features Orange Juice Jones the second, the son of Orange Juice Jones. I didn't really hear him because he was featured on some other tracks, and I didn't really hear Orange Juice Jones the second on these tracks unless he's like in the background. But he's on that. Track four we got Jersey, which was a single produced by Rockwilder. To me, it was like a different sound for Redman. Um, as far as like singles go, but it was something that was needed because I feel like when he hasn't been out in so long with an album, and then to come out with a sequel album for what many consider like his best album in his discography, I think he needed to reinvent himself, and we saw that with LL Cool J when he came out with the Force and how he had to learn how to rap again, and he tried different flows and different sounds on the Force, and it worked for him. And I think Redman had to do this with this album, and the beat is different. It's definitely different. I don't know how to describe the sound of it. It's a bop, but it's not like something that they're used to hearing from Redman, like blow your mind or I'll be that. It's definitely something different from him. Even his flow on it was different. Like I love this flow. Like he can definitely flow at this point to any beat. You know what I'm saying? And, he said, I rock things, I hustle hard, my chest out like I'm in the yard. I'm looking like who the fuck all y'all? My crew got juice, Smalley more. So his
Mm-hmm.
flow on that was different. The beat was different. The video is just like you just having a good time with like people in Jersey, and I loved it. I thought it was dope, and to come out with this as like this as a single, I just thought I'm like this is Redman trying different things and coming out in this era. And not as the same as the same Redman, but just trying something different. And I thought it was a dope song.
Yeah, like when I first heard the song, it kind of gave me like a house feeling, like
Yeah,
house
yeah,
music.
like yeah.
Um, like the vocal sample in the background is very reminiscent of what you will hear in house music, and it's
Mhm.
very lighthearted. And the video has a very it's very based in community, and it's very uplifting, and it's lighthearted. And Redman is always going to balance out like whatever he's talking about, he's going to make it fun. He's not going to take himself too seriously. And I enjoy seeing Do It All from Lords of the Underground. Just having fun, in front of City Hall, and just having a good time uh, with the music. Um, Again, if you look at Redman's maturity, he's saying a lot,
Yeah.
uh, in a lot. Um, for example,
Hmm.
when he said, uh, "Hating women, they got me in the shade room." If you think about that, that's a very observational point,
Yeah.
because how many times have we uh, seen people
Hmm.
on blogs, especially male rappers,
Oh yeah.
carrying on like women, carrying on like they're on reality TV,
Facts.
and and being outright disrespectful to women, and behaving uh, like they ain't got no sense. So I like that dig at the shade room. Um, this is a I like I do like the song, but I will be honest.
Hmm.
I am surprised that Redman chose this single. He chose this song to be a single,
Yeah.
because I felt there were other songs on this album
I
that
think
deserve to be
he's
singles at
coming out.
least.
He's definitely coming out with other singles. You know what I'm saying? Like a track we didn't talk about yet. The drummer Method Man. He already has a video done for that. That's coming out soon, and he just dropped a video today for Booyah Kashat. So he's definitely coming out with different singles from this album.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's good. You know, uh,
Yeah.
I guess and also it deserves to be mentioned. Redman put this album out independently,
Yeah.
and Redman, he's making the final decisions. He's making uh, uh, all of the costs, because he's fronting all of the expenses.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he was still on Def Jam and the old guard was still there, meaning
Oh,
Leor,
right.
uh,
Kevin Lyles.
Kevin Lyles.
Mm.
I wonder, would they have listened to this album and given the green light to make this a single?
I don't think they would have promoted. I don't think they would have promoted this album with so many singles already. You know what I'm saying? And I was a part of the Redman Street team for Malpractice, and we
Mm-hmm.
promoted the joint with DJ Cool, and then that was it. We didn't promote nothing else, and that album got pushed back more than once. You know what I'm saying? So he was having his issues with Def Jam for a minute, and the they didn't promote the Red Gun Wild album. They didn't promote the Reggie album. You know what I'm saying? And I know at that time Jay-Z had took over as the head of Def Jam, but I don't think they would have promoted. They would have made this many videos already. And the album came out on Christmas Eve, and he has like maybe 5 singles out already, and more coming. So Redman is doing everything he needs to do as an artist, and independently of that, that's what you're supposed to do. To promote your own brand. Don't wait for these artists, these labels to do it for you. A lot of these up and coming artists don't understand that. They feel like they're gonna get signed, and then the record label gonna take over. You got to be your own brand in this day and age. Whatever it is that you pushing, whether it's new music, a clothing line, a movie, a TV show, liquor, you got to be your own brand. Don't leave it up to the record label or your manager to do. And they don't understand
Mm-hmm.
that. They feel like once they get signed, it's over. They good. The record label will do everything. You got to be your own brand and do it. That's how it's been since social media took over. Back in the days of MySpace and Facebook and all that, and you have to promote what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? And Redman, he's already a legend, a veteran, and he's taken upon himself to put his own money in his own project and promote it. And that's what a lot of artists need to start doing. Promote your own shit. Don't wait for the record label to do it. Because the days of A&R are gone. There's no more A&Rs. You know what I'm saying? And I think I realized that once I was on these street teams for 5 years and seeing how they were already setting up, how to take over social media and how to promote their artists on social media, but through the message boards and through early social media and going viral on YouTube and promoting whatever artists that they had coming out. That's what really ended the whole street team thing. It was social media and realizing record labels realizing that they could promote their artists online instead of actually being out in the streets. And I think what Redman is doing is great. He's supposed to do that. Like put out as much singles as you can from your album. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Def Jam would have did that. I don't think Def Jam would have spent money on 4 or 5 videos for this album. You know what I'm saying?
It,
So
it definitely would have been more spread out.
yeah, they would
Like
have they would have waited. Yeah, it would have been like, okay, you dropped, Don't Want to See Me Rich and Jersey. We're gonna wait. We're gonna let them, simmer with those two, and then we'll drop something else after. But he dropped like back to back, and he has more coming. He has the Redman, the Drum Method Man coming soon. So I'm like, props to him for doing that. Cause I don't think he's put out this many singles from any album. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that he's doing it on his own and realizing like, hey, dude, I ain't on Def Jam no more. I'm gonna come out with what I want to come out with. That's how it should be.
yeah,
You
and
know?
I think uh, Redman, he has a command of the visual media that I don't think anybody at the record label would have anyway. Because
Right.
not only Redman, he's been in Hollywood, he's made movies, he's
Hmm.
also a director. Like he directed
Right.
some show for VH1 that was based around Halloween or something in sci-fi.
Right.
And Redman, and probably the main point, Redman, he's earned uh he has earned uh the right to call the shots. When you are like
Yeah.
30, when you're a 30-year veteran,
Hmm.
hip
Yeah.
hop Hall of Famer, you don't have to go for anybody.
Right. Yeah.
You
So
know?
I love the fact that we get new visuals for like different songs on it. Cause I really like it's so much music on here. You don't really know what's a single and what's not. You know what I'm saying? It's like the stuff like songs that he already released as a single, I didn't think would be a single. You know what I'm saying? Like Booyaka Shot, I didn't think that would be a single. He did a video for it. You know what I'm saying? Or the Jersey joint. You know what I mean? So I'm on that bullshit. He released a video for that last week. So people might have their favorites on the album, and then you might give us a visual for those, or you might give us a visual for something that we didn't think would be a single. And that's what's so dope about it. Like just seeing what he plans on releasing next on this album. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I definitely feel like Def Jam willing to put that much money into visually for these videos, but I feel like he needs to go on tour also. He needs to go on tour for this. Like if it's not his own tour, then somebody else's tour. I would love to see him going on world tour for this album. I mean, it's long overdue, and we've been waiting forever for this.
I mean, if you look at, I mean, there are artists that have smaller followings than Redman that have went on tour
Right.
to support new music.
Hmm.
Redman surely can, do theater-sized venues, nationwide on a concert tour.
Definitely. We got the track 5, which is a Fat Shirley skit. What did you think about that skit with Fat Shirley? I think Fat Shirley was like he had stole his weed or something like that.
Yeah, uh, I felt like this brings me back to, you remember the "I'll Be That" video
Hmm.
when Redman he was doing that mock. uh, aerobics workout with
Yeah.
fat models in the background,
Yes.
and I felt like this is like Redman's call out to his love of uh, of uh,
I'll
women
be
that
that.
are full figured,
Right. Oh yeah, definitely.
and to me, it's an interlude that uh, it helps introduce the next song thematically,
Hmm.
and and I know several women that act just like that.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it so real and comedic.
Right. Yeah. And we got track 6 is La 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 featuring Method Man. This was produced by Redman and the Vinyl Frontiers. I love the beat. I think the beat is fire. The horns on it. Meth saying, "Go call the Reverend. Mac 11 will split your melon. But that don't get him my honeydew in a split second." Love this flow. Method Man is always on point. His flow is still timeless. Love to hear him still doing his thing with Redman. We need Blackout 3. Definitely that needs to happen. What do you think about this track?
I think this song is the closest we will ever. This the song that is most uh, similar to a song from the first Muddy Waters.
Yeah.
Like I could listen to this song and
Hmm.
then listen to "Do What You Feel" and I'm gonna follow from Muddy
Right.
Waters. Because it's them trading bars and it's them being who they really are, being the hip hop blues brothers.
Hmm. Facts.
And Rep, like Meth, he shines like he always does, but Redman had me rolling.
Hmm.
like like for like a lot of again, a lot of his references are going to be from the 90s. So if you listen to this album and a lot of the references are over your head,
Hmm.
it's maybe you might be too young, or maybe you're old enough but really can't recall a lot of the milestone moments in hip hop culture at that time. But when uh, uh, he had a line about Shabba Ranks.
Uh,
I, what do you say? Something about I'm a '90s nigga, ugly. Look in the mirror, I'm Shabba. Something
hmm.
like that.
Hmm.
Yo, that was like that was like
That was the thing.
a running gag at that time because
Hmm.
Shabba Ranks, he was a reggae star, and
Hmm.
the running joke was that he wasn't very good looking, and Marlon Wayans made fun of him
Yeah.
on A Living Color. A lot of comedians was on his head top,
Yeah. I know
so and the way that Redman said Shabba,
that. Right.
like,
That's what we used to say. Shaba.
yo, that was, you know, that was funny because man, that's like you even hear a lot of fake reggae artists, singing that style,
Hmm.
like half singing, half rapping.
Right.
Um, I will say, I think I love the song, but the hook is kind of
You didn't care for the hook.
yeah, the hook is kind of mm,
Right.
they could have did a better job with that, but the power of a song is not the hook, it's the lyricism.
Hmm.
And again, Redman mentioning the '80s, New Edition, like
Hmm.
like back in the day, uh, we used to we used to have arguments like who was going to be the bigger star coming out of New Edition,
Hmm.
and New Edition New Edition was the R&B, what Wu Tang is to rap.
Right.
Like there's a lot of members in New Edition, a lot of
Hmm.
members in Wu Tang.
Yep.
and the way that Redman mentioned the members of New Edition is
Yep.
like damn,
Yeah.
it makes you remember just how talented they were and how successful they were. So uh, in closing, man, yeah, this is a hit. Like
Right.
this is a song that they should perform on tour.
Oh yeah.
Like
Well, it's definitely coming out next. Supposed to be the next single. So
yeah, and I know the video is going to be hilarious. It's going to be very colorful.
yeah.
It's going to be very zany. Maybe even some cameos from members of the Wu.
hmm Yeah. And yeah, it's like that the reference with New Edition. Like we had that singing Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, Mike, Ralph, RZA. The Wu Tang when they do the roll call. It's the Jizza, the RZA, the old dirty bastard Inspector Deck, Raekwon. So they
Hmm.
both go hand in hand. I definitely understand what you're saying. Track 7 we got "Don't You Miss," produced by Eric Sermon. The legendary Eric Sermon, E double on this beat. This is like a throwback to the '90s, the golden age era that Redman raps about. Again, a legendary era. His chorus, "Don't you miss Ed Lover and Dr. Dre? Don't you miss Free and AJ?" Referencing Free and AJ from 106 and Park. Supposedly, there's a rumor that 106 and Park is coming back. I don't think they should do that. I think it's a different era now. I don't think it's gonna work. But I don't know how true that is, but supposedly that's the rumor that they're bringing back 106 and Park. Um, Even some of the lines Red said the '90s when you had to protect your neck. Even Zab Judah had to put hands on the ref. I got little Kim poster, her legs open. I stared at it so much I can taste it. Remember when that hardcore poster came out and it was everywhere?
Yeah,
It was everywhere. It was in the magazines. It was in Harlem. It was all
issue
over
the
New York
spread
City.
eagle.
Yeah, it was all over, and that's all I remember. The buzz was about. People kept talking about, is what's her, you know, lingerie stuffed. Like, damn, how shit is fat? Is it was it stuffed with napkins or something? And he gave us a classic album. The album cover and all was iconic. You know what I'm saying? And that was a time when you can just look at an album cover poster and just imagine what it's gonna sound like. And most of the time an album didn't disappoint when you saw the iconic album cover. Nowadays it's totally different. Nowadays you got niggas put up a picture of Jesus and then I guess that's supposed to represent something, but you hear the album is trash, you know what I mean? But I miss those '90s days when you can see an album cover like hardcore and it lived up to all the hype. And I think Redman definitely talked about that in the song.
Yeah, uh this is a song that is just as nostalgic as it is a cultural critique of
Hmm
black culture in 2024. I felt like he had a lot of pointed criticisms, and rightfully so,
hmm
at a lot of these new artists. Um, like, for example, um, when he said, "Don't you miss chuckers and fatigues? Now niggas rocking flip flops and tight clothes."
Yep.
Yo, like, and he also gave a shout out to the boot camp clique, and the boot camp clique. I mean, pretty much everybody on Duck Down, you know, they were fatigues and
Yep. Still do.
Timberland
They
boots.
they still rocking it. Still rocking it.
Exactly,
You know.
and their aesthetic was clearly their aesthetic was that they're military minded.
Yeah.
They believe in exercising, good health, good mental health, good
Mhm.
physical health,
Yeah.
um, being tough, not being a punk, but being aware.
Right.
That's what I love Smith and Wesson for, and just to hear Redman go down memory lane and talk about his love for Biggie.
Mm-hmm.
Biggie being from Brooklyn, him being from Jersey, going
Yeah.
to Branson at the weed spot and just bonding.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, like if you really think about that, that's an ill memory, man. Like
Yeah.
because even though they were signed to different record labels, they were still hood
Mm-hmm.
guys
Yeah.
that just love to, you know, blow trees,
Mm-hmm.
chase women,
Yeah.
get money, and have a good time in the process.
Fact. I
Like,
just I just I just saw Smith and Wesson that I think it was SOBs,
yeah, I
and they
think
were
I
like,
saw. I was actually watching that concert
that
online.
was great, like, and a live band, and it's good to see them just to celebrate the Shining 30-year anniversary. And when that album came out, we didn't even think they would be around this long, and to see them still doing it, to see Steel hopping on top of the speakers and performing, and man, I love to see our legends just be here in the moment and do their thing. And I've seen them twice in concert, and they killed it with Boot Camp Click, and that was a great concert. Like to see them with a live band. The band sounded great. The crowd was great. Salute to Smith and Wesson and Duck Down, man. It's great collective, all legendary. They still rocking their Tims and fatigue. They don't care. It could be winter, it could be summer. They still gonna rock it. So that's they trademark. You know what I'm saying? And they did their thing.
Well, it's January, and I'm sure where they were performing at in New York,
Mhm.
you better wear
Oh yeah.
something to keep warm.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Still had on the 40 below Tims, and he had the army fatigue pants on, and they were doing their thing. Tech had on the North Face joint.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yo,
still killing it.
man, that's another thing about this time of year is
Mhm.
that the fashion. This is the best time for you to get fly.
Oh yeah, for
like
sure, for sure.
you only have a few months, to wear your flyest,
Uh huh.
you know, uh, parkas,
Hmm.
coats, jackets, pants, boots.
Yep.
Uh,
Right.
and also one more thing.
Hmm.
As far as 1995, 1995 had a lot of duels. You had
Yeah.
Smith and Wesson,
Mhm.
you had Mob Deep,
Yep.
you had Channel Live, you had
Hmm.
Dog Pound, and then the following year after that, you had Helter Skelter.
Yeah.
So just the fact that they were able to stand out amongst that competition, and 30 years later, they get to celebrate that hard work
Right.
is nothing
Yeah.
short
And
of
to me,
rewarding for
I
them.
feel like they've been forgotten about when it comes to duos, because of Ray and Ghost and Data and Styles. I'm like, Smith and Wesson was here before them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they definitely have been in that conversation when it comes to rap duos, and
Hmm.
and and they can their chemistry together on the mic. They finish each other's sentences is one of the best. And when you see them in concert, they do that as well. Like, not just on wax, but they do it in concert too. And I think they've been forgotten about.
And also in concert, like especially Steel.
Yeah,
Steel is a very deep brother. Like there's more to him that meets the eye, and I love his his banter between songs. When he's talking about you know uh, you know be physically fit.
yeah.
Train your mind to be strong
Hmm.
and to be resilient. You know, be family oriented. You know, educate yourself. Like
Right,
still, like still has always been uh, someone that will uplift you. Like he could say a battle rhyme, talking shit about you.
right.
Then after it's all over, he'll be like, "Yo." I had to say that to
Yeah,
bring you down. I'm gonna bring you up, and I think, and you're right. I think Ray and Ghost, they're iconic because of their uh, presence in Wu Tang.
right.
But if you go back, Helter Skelter, they helped lead the resurgence
Uh-huh.
in the East Coast at that time,
For sure.
and
I mean, I
you
hate when people say that. I'm like, we was always here. It's just that, the West Coast had their time, the South had their time, and then it was time for us to get back to doing what we known for doing. And I credit Griselda and Shay Noir and Flea Lord, artists like that, for bringing back that grimy sound to New York. I mean, it was like laying dormant for a while. We have to bring it back out again. You know what I'm saying? But we never was gone. It's just that you know when it come to hip hop is worldwide now, it's like people gonna have their moment in the sun. You know what I'm saying? And
and it doesn't hurt that you got the beat miners,
right,
you know helming the production.
right. And they also dropped the album last year, Stifle Creativity. And it was phenomenal. They got Book Blackman on there. They got Smith and Wesson on there, Razzcast, Raul Monch, De La Soul. So if you love that boom bap from Evil D and Mr. Walt, check that album out because it was definitely a sleeper last year. All right.
Now,
We got track 8, Ignorant. That was produced by Theory Has It. This was dope. I like the beat for this. It had like some spacey sounds in the background. Redman did his thing on here. What do you think about it?
after a song like La La, where it's arguably the best song on the album, during the sequencing,
Mhm.
if the following song isn't as energetic as the previous one, there's going to be a letdown, at least for me.
Yeah, right, right. I agree.
So hearing Ignorant, Redman, he's rhyming uh, brilliantly,
Hmm.
but song itself, it was like coming down from a high.
Right.
So for me, this might be like side. If this is like during the cassette era,
Mhm.
this would be like side two.
Right. I agree. I mean, and remember, this is 32 tracks. So I think it might be when I first heard it, it was like sometimes when I kind of had was like a low in some of these songs, but then it picked up again. And I think this is like the first time, like the first lull in it. Like after that collab with Method Man, you got like a couple songs after that was in, but then it picks back up. Track 9, we got another skit. Uncle Quilly makes his return on here. The character that Redman had on his previous albums, Uncle Quilly comes back, and I thought it was a funny skit. What do you think about this one?
I mean, the joke is that in 2024, there's really no such thing as terrestrial radio.
Right.
So him, you know, uh, uh, satirizing how FM radio was,
Yeah.
with the call letters and the radio DJ voice. I thought that was interesting because it's really making a mockery of radio now. Like even when Uncle
Mhm.
Quilly was, wilding,
Right.
talking about women like that,
Mhm.
you know, in the age of serious radio, you really could say anything you want. so
Yeah.
so the
Basically.
fact that Redman got mad at his uncle, for cursing women out.
I mean, the uncle was saying basically like for women, they're not licking enough balls. Give a little head, you'll keep a men well fed, and that's like something for the women to think about. Like give your niggas some head.
I mean,
Yeah.
but see, that's not even original because
Right.
there are uh, podcasts hosted by women
Yeah.
that talk about this stuff all day, every
Uh huh.
day,
Uh huh.
i.e., Angela Yee.
Hmm. Yep.
So, So again, Redman, cursing his uncle out, for saying what he said.
Mhm.
It's funny because if in 2024 he ain't gonna get in trouble for saying anything like
Right,
that.
right, right, right.
You know,
I mean, I don't think he would have got in trouble even in the '90s. I mean, we had some skits that I thought I would never hear on the album, like Biggie with the "fuck you" skit. Remember that joint? Where he like fucking the chick and
I disagree only because in the '90s we had a lot of people that vehemently disagreed with those messages being expressed on rap recordings.
mhm,
Need I remind you?
mhm,
C. Dolores Tucker,
right,
Reverend Calvin Butts,
right,
Dick Gregory, William Bennett,
mhm.
Oprah Winfrey.
But I mean, I don't think they understood the genre. You know what I'm saying? I just felt like there's people that they learned what life was through hip hop. You know what I'm saying? That there's people that grew up on this culture, and their mother or father might have been an artist that they were listening to. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think those people. I think they wanted to like outlaw hip hop. They didn't really understand the culture. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and the sad thing is, they're one of us. They're one of our own people that went against the culture. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you can't try to censor an artist's freedom of speech. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't do that in Hollywood. When nobody had an issue with when Sylvester Stallone was being Rambo and blowing up shit, and it made millions of dollars. Or when Schwarzenegger was being Terminator and Hasta La Vista and blew up shit, how much billions of dollars that made? They didn't try to censor them.
And that's a good point because I was thinking we like hip hop really owes a debt of gratitude to the men and women that fought for freedom of expression,
Right.
chiefly Ice T, Luther Campbell,
Hmm.
KRS-One, Chuck D, Ice Cube, and then the women,
Right.
Sister Soldier,
Yeah.
Lil Kim. Like if you go online, look up Lil Kim on the Rolanda Talk Show.
Uh-huh.
This was around the time Little Kim put out the hardcore album,
Hmm.
and Lil Kim, she was treated as the Black Madonna.
Right.
She like to parents, to community leaders, she was the Pramana that was corrupting the minds of their little girls. And Lil Kim looked like she was half enjoying the attention
Hmm.
and also disappointed that she was being made the scapegoat.
Right.
So I think if you have that in mind, um, when you see artists like Sexy Red,
Hmm.
Nicki Minaj, and the host of other female rappers that are
Hmm.
heavily sexualized, I think they at least should thank Lil Kim for fighting that fight.
Yeah. I mean, you always have a choice to listen to it or not listen to it. You know what I'm saying? And but I mean, for a kid that's growing up in this culture and they hearing a Sexy Red or they hearing a Megan Thee Stallion, it's like that's what's teaching them about their sexual preference, and you know what I'm saying. So it's like if they don't have, especially if they don't have like a mother and father in the house with that's that's their guardian. They're learning from these artists, and I think at the same time, people got to be mindful that these artists are people too. They make mistakes. They're human, and they might not. They might have come from a broken home, and you got to have a good head on your shoulder to really separate what's real and what's not. You know what I'm saying? And I never, coming from a single parent household, like I always knew right from wrong. So it's not like you know, I had to listen to a NWA album to get what was going on in the street. It was just that I already knew what type of stuff they was gonna be on. So it was like if I'm hearing an artist and I'm hearing like being the listener and hearing you know what's hip hop to them from their point of view, from where they at, how they present it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna be like that for everybody. But I mean, what do you do when somebody's growing up in this culture and they're listening to all this stuff? You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't think artists need censorship. I think they need to come out and let these kids know what's really going on out here. You know what I'm saying? Everything's not gonna be peaches and cream. You know what I'm saying? And Little Kim had her own way of coming out and saying what she needed to say. And I don't she's not the first and she's not gonna be the last. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they wasn't for this culture. That's basically how I looked at it. Like, if you can go against your own people that's trying to do something positive for the community and for our people, and you want to go against them because you don't agree with what they saying, there should be it should have been like a open media, you know, um forum where let them come to you and they can y'all talk about it. Like you state why you felt some this way about what they were saying, and they could do it vice versa. And instead, all we got was, oh well, I'm going to steamroll over the Boss album and MOP and Onyx and Dre and Snoop in the middle of Times Square. What is that proving? That's only making people want to go out to the record store and check those albums out because now they're curious. Yo, you don't like Dre and Snoop? You don't like Boss? Let me go to the record store and buy this album and see why see Dolores Tucker and Calvin Butts don't like them. That's all he did.
You ever see the movie Original Gangster with
Yes,
Pam
Fred
Grier,
Williamson.
Fred
Yeah, Tangier.
Williamson,
Mm-hmm.
Jim Brown?
Yep.
You remember that scene when the Reverend held a meeting between the street gang and uh, Pam Grier, Fred Williamson, and Wheezy. They were like Fred Williamson, Pam Grier. They were trying to get rid of the gangsters
Right.
and clean the town up.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking if that would have happened, like had like the hardcore rappers
Mm-hmm.
on one side and the community leaders on one side, do you do you think that would have been productive? Because
No.
just as Drew Down
Yeah.
was
Mm-hmm.
disrespectful to Weezy's character,
Mm-hmm.
I could see some of those hardcore rappers back then, because they were young and
Yeah.
because they didn't really know better,
Right.
just being outright disrespectful to the elders because they felt like the elders were out of touch.
Everything is not going to be Disney. Like there was a point when Ice T was on Arsenio and he compared his music to Will Smith and Jazzy Jeff. Like they made Disney rap and he did horror shit. He did hardcore. It's like in his words, if John Carpenter do a horror movie, it's not supposed to have a happy ending. It's going to be horror. It's a horror movie. You know what I'm saying? So everything is not going to be Disney rap. Everything's not going to be happy go lucky. It's not gonna have a happy ending. You know what I'm saying? Like especially if you have artists that came from a broken home and they grew up in the street. They're telling their side of things and what they grew up in, what their life was on the streets. So it's not gonna be like Will Smith. And hip hop should any genre, not just hip hop, but any genre that have diversity anyway. You know what I'm saying? And even if we don't listen to it, like I may like Kid Cudi, and Kid Cudi is not the best lyricist, but for what he does, he has his own lane. He's dope. He don't have to be like Keras One. You know what I'm saying? Drake
Hmm.
don't have to be in the big three. But what he does, he's good at it. He has his own lane. You know what I'm saying? There's this culture has been here for 52 years. It's all sorts of different artists that don't sound the same. They didn't grow up coming up the same. Is that there's diversity in this culture, and people need to embrace that. Even if we don't listen to it, even if I don't like real rap or mumble rap, there's a fan base for that. You know what I'm saying? Just like there's a fan base for boom bap, there's a fan base for southern hip hop, for gangster rap. You know what I'm saying? So they just didn't get the culture. That's what it was at that time, and they wanted to make. I guess they were trying to make set an example by steamrolling over gangster rap albums, in which they didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And instead of them, going to these artists and having an open forum for people to understand why they say the things that they say, and then vice versa, so they can explain to the artists why they have a problem with what they say. They want to just disrespect them and shit on their music, and I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Because from my household, I grew up with different types of sounds and artists in my household. There was gospel, there was pop, there was rock, there was R&B, there was jazz, there was Caribbean music. That's why I listened to so many different artists, because my grandparents was playing different artists, my mom was playing different artists, my aunt. So I don't agree with what they were doing, or what they were the type of message they were trying to send. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like people need to stop, bitching and complaining about, oh, well, I don't like this artist. You still have the decision to not listen to these artists. You don't have to listen to Sexy Red. You got Rhapsody, you got Shay Noah. You know what I'm saying? There's so many other artists that you could be listening to, instead of complaining about, oh, well, I don't like this artist. Don't listen to them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that makes a lot of sense. Like champion the artist that you feel is better.
exactly,
Be the change you want to see in the world.
exactly,
Because being being ultra critical is only going to make people dig in their heels even more in their support of their favorite artist.
right.
Like it's one thing to say you don't really care for that person's music for any reason, but to harp on their uh, to just to harp on what you feel are their flaws is only going to make that artist feel attacked.
Mhm.
Then they're going to be defiant, and they're going to be even more what you feel they shouldn't be.
Right.
It's just like when parents discipline kids sometimes.
Mhm.
Sometimes the kids will comply and correct their behavior, but other
Mhm.
times kids will
Right.
just be stubborn
Mhm.
and be even more uh, uh, what's the word I'm looking for?
Rebel.
Yeah, rebellious.
Mhm. I agree. I want to answer this question that DJ Cat Scan RL said. Salute, follow the channel. He said, why such an MIA from EW? You all know he was a major reason the OG Muddy Waters was arguably resurrected. I said this when I first heard the album. We only got maybe one produced track from Eric Sermon. I don't know what the reason was. I was expecting more Eric Sermon on the album, and we didn't get that. But at the same time, Redman is a good producer. Like, he's produced most of his albums, with the exception of the first one. The first one was all done by Eric Sermon. But I don't know why we didn't get a lot of Eric on here. Maybe Red just wanted to keep the production money to itself and to Rockweiler. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I definitely feel like Eric should have been more present on this album, and he wasn't. But to me, it still was a dope album, even without Eric on the production boards, and he had other producers chip in, Crisis and Theory Hazard and Tall Black Guy. I don't know none of these niggas, but they gave him some heat on here.
But to answer his question,
Mm,
the reason why The reason why I believe Eric Sermon isn't on this album very much is because when Redman was on Def Jam, particularly for albums like What the Album,
Uh-huh.
There's a Dark Side, Muddy Waters, Doc is the Name, Redman was signed to Eric Sermon's production company.
Mm-hmm.
So Eric Sermon was going to produce on those albums because he was going to receive the publishing
Right.
from his work on those albums. And Redman was Eric Sermon's client. So, of course, when you're in business with somebody, you want to make sure that you reap the greatest reward
Right.
from that project because it's like an investment.
Yeah.
But now that Redman is independent, Redman can choose who he wants to have produce him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the answer is Redman isn't in a contractual. Uh, he's not in. He's not. Uh, he doesn't have a contract with Eric Sermon under a production company. Like he is the label. He makes the final decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think that's what's going on
He
here.
not splitting the money with Eric. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and even with like there's a dark side. Like Redman for the majority produced that album. Eric Sermon only did like maybe like 4 or 5 songs on there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came, then he did Muddy Waters, he did Doc's the Name, even Malpractice. He had produced a lot of stuff on that album. But I think
Also, he
that's
did. He did half the production on the first Blackout.
right. That's right. Yeah, it was him and RZA, and then DJ Scratches some stuff on there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what it was. That's how I was looking at it. I'm like, it has to be a money thing because I'm like, Eric Sermon and him are close. So I'm like, the fact that he's only like on one song, I'm like, it has to be something. Redman wanting to keep the money in to himself or whatever. You know, but I still think it's a solid album even without Eric beats all over there. I wanted more Eric Sermon beats because I love Eric Sermon. I grew up with EPMD and then the Hit Squad broke up and Eric went solo and he gave us a lot of great stuff, Death Squad and all that. And I wanted to hear more Eric on this album, but we didn't get that. Hopefully, for the next album, we get Eric back on the boards with Redman, and that would be great. We got
Yeah,
track.
Eric Sermon
Mm,
does. Eric Sermon isn't going to make or break this album.
nah, he's not. Not at this point. Redman is already a veteran. He's not a new artist. You know. Track 10, we got A, produced by Tall Black Eye. This was a bang. It was okay. It's nothing. It's not a song that stood out for me. What did you think about it?
Yeah, A is a. First of all,
Mm-hmm.
A is. Uh, this will be a concert staple if he did this song. Um, uh, even the even the hook,
Mm-hmm.
is very catchy, and you can kind of hear Reggie vocalizing towards the end of the song.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, in the second verse, Redman says, "I wake up and thank God for another one. That means more cannabis in a brother lung. That means more drop tops to drop more time with my kids." And a lot of people aren't super spiritual or super religious,
Right.
but whatever it is that makes you get out of bed
Mm-hmm.
and helps you love life, that's what counts.
Right.
You know, like like Redman, he lives to smoke herb.
Yeah.
And in order to smoke herb, he has to make money. In order
Right.
to make money, you gotta work. You know,
Facts.
so throughout this album, you're going to hear Redman constantly talking about, yo, if you interfere with my guap, this is
Mm-hmm.
what I'm going to do to you.
Facts.
You know, like in many ways, I feel like this is, um, this is something that, um, 50 Cent talks about a lot.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously 50 is more gangster,
Right.
but this applies uh, to everybody. Whatever you love to do, man, the money allows you the fortitude to pursue those things,
Right.
and I think that is Redman's major point. With this song, um, even in the first hook, he kind of teases,
Mm-hmm.
the listener. He even says like, "You think you know the hook? Don't get cocky yet."
Right.
you know, I love that line because like in the music world today, man, like people think they know the chorus before we even get to the chorus. Like
Right.
if a song doesn't catch you within 15 seconds, they're just going to click to something else. And he's basically saying, don't get cocky and think just because you haven't heard what you like so far that you're not going to hear something that you like in a few more bars.
Right. Facts. Definitely. I agree. And I never listen to music like that. Like I never try to determine, oh, what they're gonna say. This is what they're gonna say next, or this is what the chorus gonna sound like. Just enjoy the damn song. You know.
Mm-hmm. And again, like Batman's attitude is uh is so disciplined. Like he even said it himself, like
Yeah.
in the second verse, like I developed a militant discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Now the niggas around me, they learn how to eat. Like when you see, if you go to Redman's IG page, like he is constantly showing out his workouts,
Right.
showing, he's skydiving, he's running,
Mm-hmm. I thought
you
that.
know, he's doing all of these calisthenics
Mm-hmm.
to, to get physically fit, but just as a way to uh, to have a coping mechanism that doesn't revolve around something self-destructive.
Right.
Like how many times have we been around people that, when something bad happens, they got to cope with weed, they got to cope with drink, they got to
Right.
cope with
Facts.
drugs.
Facts.
Like that kind of discipline that he's talking about, you have to have. Uh, it has to be constant. It has to be consistent. And Redman is wise on this album, and what he's saying, in some ways, it kind of sounds like a TED talk.
Mm-hmm.
If you strip away the jokes, you strip away the skits, he's really talking about things that are universal.
Yeah. I agree. Definitely. All right, we got track 11, Hood Star, produced by Rockwaller. This track is featuring Faith Evans and DJ Kid Capri. And Faith Evans, being another New Jersey native, she and Redman got history. Supposedly, they used to date, and I think they went to the same church. I remember her saying that on a Tyler Police podcast when she was on here. And hey, Faith Evans, legendary artist, bad boy artist, great songwriter, great singer. He did her thing on here. It was a feel good track. Kid Capri, legendary DJ. I loved him on here as well. You have Redman saying I'm a hood star, and the fact remains you act a little crazy. I like the range, and I like it. I think this when I heard this song for the first time on the album, I said this could be a potential single. It just has that
Mm-hmm.
that radio friendly um sound to it. Again, like this Redman is trying some new things with this album. It's been a long time since he came out, and I enjoyed it. I think he killed the track, and to have Faith Evans and Kid Capri was dope. So, what do you think about it?
Who produced the song?
Rockwaller.
Rockwater did it. Did
Yeah.
this? Okay. Yeah, I was there's when I was listening to the song,
Hmm.
I went back and I uh, I looked up the song that it reminded me of is from Black Rob's second album, the Rob Report.
Yeah.
There's a song that you might be familiar with called
Hmm.
"Star in the Hood,"
Yeah. I
and
remember that.
I swear it has the same feel,
Hmm.
like similar theme, and it's like to me, it's basically what those two songs have in common is that they Redman and Black Rob they appreciate being respected in their respective hoods.
Right.
Like like they can go anywhere in their community
Hmm.
and feel loved, feel respected, feel like they have done something to bring people up.
Facts.
And I'm not a DJ,
Hmm.
but I would love to see like a DJ blend these two songs together and see
Hmm.
how it would work.
That'd be dope for sure.
You know, like I, this is a, this is a dope song, and Faye did a beautiful song. She did a beautiful job delivering the hook.
Hmm.
She's a songstress. She can
Definitely
sing anything, and
underrated.
I think Redman gave her a lot of room for her to vocalize, for her to write her own words to accentuate what Redman already did with the song. Um, yeah, this is this is one of the uh, to me this is in my top tier of songs
Right.
that are apps that totally define what this album is about. It is one of my favorites on this album.
G G Blue said he's disappointed with the album. I mean, they'll tell us why you're disappointed with the album. I mean, a lot of people I've heard say they love it. Some people thought it was too long or it was mediocre. So well, tell us why you didn't like it. But yeah, I definitely think that might be a single it'll come out with. Track 12, we got the first single, Don't Wanna See Me Rich, produced by Redman and Des the producer. I definitely like this track. And this was the joint where he sampled the tribe joint. Was it Lucian Lucky Lucian or something? It was this joint?
Yeah, it's from the first album, People's
Yeah,
Instinctive Travels.
yeah. And that's always been
Yeah,
one of my favorites from that first tribe album. And you know, I thought like in the video's hilarious. I thought it was you got to really hear Redman's lines. It was inspirational in that he was saying, like when he says generational in the wealth, save your money more. Let's Gucci on the belt, referring to unfortunately our people that they want to look fly out here and they're willing to spend money on Gucci belts and Jordans, but they can't pay their rent. And that's something that I also heard on the Master Ace and Marco Polo album, Richmond Hill, where they did a song called I forgot the name of that song. It was basically a song where Master Ace was talking about how like our people would they be willing to spend money on a pair of Jordans before they pay a car note or before they pay their light bill. So
hmm
so you got the newest pair of Jordans, but you have no light in your house. Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? And that's unfortunately our people do that. You know what I'm saying? And that needs to change. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to have the newest Jordans the same day you come out. Pay your car note, pay your light bill, pay your water bill, pay your heat bill, and especially now in wintertime, you need that heat. You can get the Jordans later on, and I definitely understand what Redman was saying on here, and I liked the beat. I thought he flowed well to the beat, and it was dope.
yeah. This song immediately uh, brought me back to Luck Evolution. Number one, the horns is very. well mixed, and it's very well uh, placed in the channels. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like if you have headphones on,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to feel that kick
Yeah.
and that snare. Now, Redman lyrically, he was, as they say, he was talking heavy.
Mm-hmm.
He was he like this might be the song with the most quotables.
You think so on the whole album?
Yeah,
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Uh-huh.
Because so much of what he said, it apply is common sense, is
Right.
universal knowledge. These are
Mm-hmm.
things that don't get talked about enough. For example, when he said, "I don't collect checks on the first. I wake up, I'm putting in the work. 10% I gave it to the church. I did that selling out all my merch. The homies be
Mm-hmm.
looking for a check. A businessman paid all the homies with a jet. Work smarter, not harder, that's the goal. With a poker face so my bank account never folds. Generational, you want it in the wealth." He's basically giving you a TED talk on financial literacy.
Right.
Like 10%, I gave it to the church. Now, like some people, don't go to church
Mm-hmm.
or don't believe in giving to the church at all. But it's just an example of just using your money to be a philanthropist. Like
Right.
use your money and and give it to causes that you feel can help other people
Right.
other than yourself. I thought that was a beautiful message.
I agree. I agree definitely.
And
You know.
and and you mentioned uh before we started this review,
Mm-hmm.
you mentioned a song that he put out, I believe in 2018, called "Black Man in America."
Yeah.
That is Redman's most socio-political song of his career. I've never heard Reggie talk so seriously about very heavy issues
Mm-hmm.
around race, around class, around police brutality.
Right.
So when I hear "Don't Want to See Me Rich," the content is similar, and he's continuing on that train of thought. Like Redman, like Redman isn't just that zany, blunted out dude from What the Album. Like this dude, he cares about a lot of things. He's in the tech industry. He's in the cannabis industry. He's constantly like his time is spent educating people, about uh, things that he cares about. And
Mm-hmm.
the fact that Do It All was in the video, Do It All is
Right.
he's a councilman for Newark, so and he also did a lot of campaigning for Do It All.
Mm-hmm.
So I salute Redman for walking it like he talks it. You there? Yeah, Triborough?
Yeah, yeah. All
Okay,
right, track
I
13
you
we
was
got.
stuck.
I know, my bad. I was looking at something. Track 13 we got I'm on that bullshit, which was the video was released last week or week before last. That's also a single produced by Teak Underdo. And this joint was dope. I definitely liked it. It reminded me of there's a song on Doc's the Name. I forgot the title, but it reminded me of like one of those songs from Doc's the Name. Um really funny. You got Red saying I'm on real nigga time, that bullshit. We don't pay no time. I got three fingers up, fuck nigga, you can read between the lines. His flow on here was dope. I like the chorus. It was just a dope album cut. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't it's even though it's a single now, but I didn't really expect Redman to come out with a video for this, but it's a dope album cut. I enjoyed it. What do you think about it?
Yo, this song, man, this song can apply to so many people.
Uh-huh.
To me, um, the the video isn't as good as the song.
Hmm.
You know, like like sometimes you'll hear the song and then you see the video and the video doesn't really match up to the song.
Right.
But Redman, he can mix humor
Hmm.
and then he can also mix in some hard truths. Sometimes they call it, putting the candy in the medicine, to
Right.
make it more easily digestible for people to understand.
Hmm.
He had an incredible double entendre, and he said, "I was taught when you hustle hard, your right bar is incredible. Bullshit, not credible. You never ride your credit bull."
Mm.
That's an incredible double entendre. I'm gonna tell you why.
Right.
Because he said your right bar is incredible. So he's saying
Hmm.
your rapping at times can be incredible.
Incredible.
Bullshit that you're doing is not credible.
Mm.
It's not believable.
Right.
You never ride your credit bull.
Mm.
Credit bull, credit, you know, uh, money that,
Right.
of course, everybody knows what credit is. Your credit score.
Mm.
How much,
Right.
how valuable you are at paying your creditors. You're worthy of extending credit to if creditors feel that you are a low risk.
Mm.
But he's saying you never ride, meaning you never stand for anything, you never put in any work, you never fight. Your credit is bull. I just love that line for some reason. You never ride your credit bull.
Right.
Like you're basically selling wolf tickets. And the bulk of the song is just him repeating the hook.
Right. Basically.
And like if he did this in concert, man, he could just, he could just, extend the microphone into the crowd and just have people
Let them
say,
do it.
"Yeah, I'm on that bullshit."
Mm-hmm. Fact.
Like, uh, it to me, the beat isn't the most incredible beat I've ever heard, but
Right.
what he's talking about,
Yeah.
I totally co-sign.
Yeah. All right. So track 14, we got a skit, the trunk, short skit. This is basically like a guy sounded like he was going to his car and he opens there was some guys that were after him trying to rob him. He pulls out a weapon, a gun out of his car, starts shooting them up, and it goes into track 15, Pop the Trunk. This was produced by Rockwalla. This was dope. I enjoyed it. Nice beat. It's not a standout track for me on here, but I did like the Rockwalla beat for this. What did you think?
Um, if this was if this was a TV show, I would go to commercial.
Mhm.
You know, this is the part of the album where you go to the refrigerator, go pop some popcorn,
Mhm.
go scoop yourself some ice cream.
Right. All
It's
right.
not it's not bad, but
Mhm.
I can if I wouldn't mind this being on the cutting room floor,
Right.
because it's a song that I feel like the sentiment was better expressed in previous songs.
I agree.
Like I feel like um, I'm on that bullshit is that's a song that totally talks about everything that Pop the Trunk is talking about, but
Right.
just done in a better way. So for me, it's really not essential.
And yeah, I didn't really stand it. And to have like 32 tracks on here, I'm curious to know like how much how much stuff he was recording for this album and what was left off. Because if we got 32 tracks on here, that means he could have did like hundreds of songs for this album over like a 10-year period and have to cut it down to 32 and that might have been hard for him to do. You know what
But
I'm
that's
saying?
but that's why I said I like some of the freestyles that he did leading up to this album
Yeah,
more than some of the songs on this album.
yeah.
Like I like Redman's rapping on his version of the Shiznit and
Mhm.
Benita's Applebum more than this song.
Yeah. All right. We got track 16, we got Ghetto Motivation with Redman and Orange Juice Jones the second. This was produced by Redman and Chris Pinsett. Again, it's nothing that stood out for me. It had a nice beat, nice bass line and pianos on it, but I didn't really, you know, it was just like, it's okay. I said it's gonna be ebbs and flows with this album. Like there's gonna be some high points and some low points. I think this was like at the low point when it comes to like a couple of these tracks here.
Yeah, I just have a question.
Hmm.
Who's Orange Juice Jones the second?
That's his son.
I've never
I
heard of him.
I didn't. Orange Juice Jones had a song called "The Rain" back in the day. It was on the Def Jam.
What
Um,
that's the same guy?
yeah, that's him.
No,
Um,
I thought Orange Juice Jones was like his son or something.
that's his son. That's his son. The second. I didn't
Okay,
know he had a son, and I didn't know Redman was cool with the son like that. The way he's like on some of these tracks, but I don't actually hear him, so I don't know
yeah,
if he's doing like the like background or what, because he's not singing and he's not rapping. So I'm like, well, what the hell did he do on it? It said, lyrics. I'm like, well, did he help Redman with writing these songs?
yeah. That's what I was confused about because I know who Orange Juice Jones is,
Mhm.
but it said Orange Juice Jones the second, and then I was like, okay, is he singing? But I really don't hear
I don't hear him,
much.
so
Yeah,
I don't
but
know. Apparently he's on a couple of tracks. I'm like, I guess Redman is cool with him like that. I didn't know he had a son like that. So that was doing music or whatever.
as far as the song, Get a Motivation is a pick me up song.
Hmm.
Like we're at the point of the album where Pop the Trunk kind of fell flat,
Right.
and now Get a Motivation is starting to pick up steam. Not
Hmm.
all the way, but uh, it's not a dud.
Right.
Um, like the uh, what you say, uh, hit the streets because I know the plug. UEP mission is helper hoods that's fucked up by the war on drugs.
Hmm.
What you doing? Talking about what I'm doing. Talking about who I'm screwing. Type of girls you hang with. Be counterfeit. Like he's talking his shit and really getting at uh you know getting at his enemies.
Right.
But I got to be honest, man. Like is like the verses they aren't to me of all of the verses they're not going to be like top 10
Right.
on this album. But he said something that I felt was a Don DeMarco. For those
Hmm.
that follow battle rap, Don DeMarco
Right.
is when a battle rapper says a line that is great. And he said, rappers be claiming they're the GOAT. Nigga, none of us were there to vote. I love that line, man. I feel like, man, you could put that on a t-shirt.
Right.
Rappers claim they're the GOAT, but nigga, we wasn't there to vote. I
Hmm.
feel like that applies to people like Kanye, Lil Wayne, Drake, um, hell, even Kendrick to a certain degree.
Right.
I, because the history of hip hop goes all the way back to the 70s and the 80s. so many rappers from that period are dismissed for whatever is the flavor of the month. So when he said that, I thought of people that are far more worthy of being called GOAT. People like Rakim, KRS-One, Rap,
Mhm.
Chuck D. Like Chuck D is never mentioned in these conversations. So uh, Ghetto Motivation, it got my attention again.
Yeah. That was like a uplifting. It was inspirational. That song that he was on Get a Motivation. That's how I took it. Like even the title track, the title of it is inspirational.
Mm-hmm.
Track 17 we got Dynamite. This one is featuring Sheik Luch from the Locks, produced by Redman. It's not the first time they collaborated. They've done Two Tears in the Bucket from the Rough Riders Volume 2 compilation. I want to say didn't they do a song called Metal Lungies? I thought they had did a song called Metal Lungies with
Yeah,
Ghostface. So they've collaborated in the past. Sheik is on this one. This joint was fire. I definitely enjoyed this. And I said this before when I was doing the review with Reg that I think Sheik has come a long way from being a mixtape artist to where he's at now, where he can do features with a Redman. And there was a time when I felt like it was all about Jada and Styles, and I feel like Sheik is caught up to them now. I feel like he's gotten better with his pen. And I've liked like there's different posse joints that he was on in the past that I felt like he had a great verse. Reservoir Dogs from Volume 2. I think he had one of the best verses on that joint, and nobody talks about his verse where he's like kicking rhymes to the poster to I Swear Big Move
mm-hmm.
on the Jay-Z album. I thought that was one of his best verses. The Blackout posse joint from DMX second album. I thought he had a great verse on it. Nobody talks about Sheik. It's always about Jada and Styles. I think Sheik now has come a long way. He has his Gorilla Wings series that he dropped every Halloween. The last one that came out last year was phenomenal. I enjoyed it. One of his best. And to me, he stole the show on this. I definitely enjoyed his verse. He said, "Where your guns at, nigga? Where your Tupacs, Biggies, and Puns at, nigga? Where your Funk Docs, Meths, Iron Lungs at, nigga? Got your goons watching like, yo, who brung that nigga? Your career will fast, unsung that nigga." I love the fact that he referenced Biggie and Pun and Pac and Meth. That was brilliant. That was definitely brilliant by Sheik. Loved his verse. The track to me sounded like something that Madlib would produce or MF Doom. It had like that type of sound to it. But this was a bang. I would love to see a video for this as well. What do you
Did
think?
you did you say Chic stole the?
Yes. I think he had a better verse than Redman.
I well,
Hot take.
like
Hot take.
yeah. We're on opposite spectrum on that, but I respect it though.
I mean, I always said like it was always about Jada and Styles. They are the best from the Locks, and rightfully so. But there was a time when I looked at Sheik like he was just a mixtape dude. I don't feel like he's that no more. I feel like his pen game has gotten better in the last 20 years. To the point now, I feel like he can do like even the song he did, Pina Colada.
Mm-hmm.
That journey did with Big Pun from the first Rough Riders compilation. I thought he was great. Big Pun was great already, but I think he held his own with Pun on that.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, and
Mm,
I don't want this to sound like I'm slighting Chic,
uh-huh.
but every line Redman said in his verse, damn hip hop quotable. I,
I,
I I
I
didn't I
agree.
didn't feel that way about Chic,
Right.
and I'll give you an example.
Uh-huh.
Like if you know me, you know. Well, let me ask you a question. On
Mhm.
Redman's verse, what's the line that you think I felt the most?
I don't even remember. I don't remember Redman's because see the thing is like when I see a like Redman featuring Sheik, I know what Redman gonna bring. So I want to hear what Sheik gonna bring because Redman to me is already a better lyricist than him. So I'm like, can he stay toe to toe with Redman or is Redman gonna have the better verse? You know what I'm saying? And for Sheik, he's not an artist that's gonna use a lot of wordplay. He's still street. He's not gonna make you not too many times want to rewind his verse. You know what I'm saying? But I do feel like where he's at now with his pen game is a lot better than where he was 20 years ago. And maybe that's just him realizing that like Jaden Styles is better than me. I got to step my pen game up. You know what I'm saying? And I think part of that is maturity and just growing as an artist. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like he had a dope verse. You know what I'm saying? And I know what Redman gonna bring, but that's like for Sheik, I think the part of his verse that I really enjoyed was that he managed to put some legends within the same bar. You know, like Biggie, like Pac, like Pun. You know what I'm saying? Like Method Man. You know what I mean? I just thought that was because he don't normally do shit like that. So I'm like, that was just brilliant of him to do that for his verse. But I don't even remember the Redman verse. And I know it was fire.
Yo, when Redman said, "I be a pusher, man, just call me Curtis Mayfield,"
Mm,
man, I'm probably the biggest Curtis Mayfield fan you'll ever find.
right.
So when he said that,
Mm,
I felt like that was an ill line, and of course, who hasn't seen the Superfly
right.
movie? Who
Oh yeah.
hasn't heard the Superfly
Classic.
soundtrack?
Classic. That's one of my I think that's one of the all time best soundtracks ever. Like top three, arguably, if not best. You know what I'm
I mean,
saying? Like
that's an ill way to say you're a drug dealer.
right.
And then that's not all. Like he also says, "I'm strapped like I'm Bo King."
Mm-hmm.
Bo King Woodbine was in a movie called Strapped
Right,
with
right.
Fredro Starr from
Yes.
1993.
I remember that.
And
T
in the
Ali
movie,
T Ali made a cameo in that. That's effects.
yeah, Yo Yo made a cameo in the
Yeah,
movie.
I remember that.
And Strapped was a movie about Bokeem Woodbine's character being a gun runner
Mm,
to to get enough money to bail his baby mama out of prison
right.
because she was pregnant with his child. And then I'm not going to blow the plot of the movie for
Mm,
people that haven't seen it,
mm,
but Bokeem Woodbine, he was, he got caught up in the streets,
mm,
messing with Fredro Starr's character.
yeah,
So when he said I'm strapped like Bokeem Woodbine, he's saying that I pack a lot of guns.
right. Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
For sure.
and like Redman's verse is what I call clean,
Yeah,
meaning every line hit perfectly in each bar, meaning the like the kick and the snare, like rhythmically. I just felt like Redman was rapping to the beat,
hmm,
whereas with Sheik, he was using a lot of syncopation and just uh, it was just different.
right.
I'll just say it like that.
I feel you.
Um, Brick City Militant, Jay Dilla Diligent, blacking out like I'm Eminem.
Mm,
I appreciate Redman shouting out Detroit. I mean, of course, Jay Dilla
right.
is a legendary producer and beat maker with the Uma.
Yeah.
You know, Eminem enough said like Eminem
Hmm.
has always said that Redman was his favorite rapper.
Yeah.
And didn't Eric Sermon produce the song?
No, this was Redman produced this.
Redman produced this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This beat is very, for lack of a better term, wavy.
Okay.
like, you know, like I can't like this is the kind of beat that you can just take a drive down at night on the freeway
Right.
and uh just vibe out.
Right.
So the fact that Redman produced the song,
Hmm.
yo, thumbs up,
Yep.
thumbs up, man.
He's a good producer. He doesn't get the credit as a producer. You know.
Man, you ain't gotta tell me, man. Like Redman produced my favorite song
Hmm.
on Muddy Waters, a song called "Creeping."
Yeah, that was dope. That was dope. Track 18, we got no pun intended. We got a song called Wave that was produced by Rockwilder. It was okay. Nothing that really stood out for me on here. It was just like a regular album cut. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like and again, like the beginning of these songs where the DJ say what
Hmm.
again, he's mimicking terrestrial radio,
Hmm.
about using the radio voice, you know you know like this reminds me of back in the day when DJs would invite listeners to send in requests. I
Hmm.
mean, sometimes I feel like him doing the DJ thing is kind of running that idea into the ground.
Right.
I liked it the first 5 times I heard it on this album, man.
Hmm.
I,
Gotcha.
I get it. It's an okay song. I mean, I'm not, and again, it's a short song, so it's not the song isn't long enough for me to even
Right.
fall in love with it. It's to me, it's like it's an intermission.
Yeah. You got track 19. My week's been taken. This is a skit. Supposedly, it's like a play off of the Liam Neeson, Taken movies. Where his character was looking for his kidnapped daughter or his the wife, but instead Redman is looking for his missing weed. He blames Tisha, saying Tisha was snooping through his room, and Tisha is saying it wasn't her, and supposedly at the end of the skit, Redman is the one that misplaced his own weed underneath his bed, and Tisha told him, and he felt dumb. And then you had like the weird music and playing in the background. It felt like something from a movie, and this was funny too. What did you think about this skit?
Um, it's a very I felt like the skit. Some skits can hit, some skits can miss.
Uh-huh.
I felt like this skit. It's not long, but I just felt like the
It
idea
wasn't
was.
either.
I think the idea was better in his head than it is on record. Because when I heard it, I'm like, okay, and like like uh like him and Holla, you
Mhm.
know, uh, saying this battle against what was it, Shotgun Shug,
Yeah.
and like, is that it? Um, I mean, the skit did its job, but it's not. This isn't something like this isn't a skit where I feel like it's on the level of these nuts from the Chronic.
Right. Right. I agree. I agree.
You know what I mean? So it's ho
All right.
hum.
We got track 20, Kush. This one is featuring Snoop Dogg, and this is produced by Rockwilder. I definitely enjoyed this collab. It felt more of like G Funk meets boom bap, and I liked Snoop's verse. I definitely enjoyed his verse. He said take off, wake and bake off, take the day off, then smoke one for my nigga Adolf. Rest well, niggas on my coattail. I just want a Nobel Peace Prize when the dog arrives. And then at the end of the track, there's another skit at the end of this song where there's like a girl saying that she had to wipe her ass with her sock. I didn't understand that I didn't understand what that skit at the end with the girl saying she had to wipe her ass with her sock. I didn't understand that. But the track itself, I thought, hearing Redman with Snoop Dogg, that was dope. Definitely like this collab. I like the beat by Rockwaller. What do you think about this collab?
I'm going to say something that might be considered controversial.
Oh, you didn't like it.
No, 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 no.
Uh-huh.
Actually, just the opposite.
Uh-huh.
I like this song between Redman and Snoop
Mhm.
more than the song that's on Missionary with
Oh yeah.
Snoop and
Yeah.
Method Man.
Yeah. I do like this one more than that one.
And I know it's controversial because it's Dr. Dre.
Right. I mean, hey, Drake made mistakes before though. I wasn't a fan of the Compton album. I did not like the Aftermath compilation. I thought it was whack, and I got that album too, but I just he's made some missteps in the past as well. He don't get no smoke for it, and I don't know why, but when they have a bad project, we need to hold their feet to the flame too.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, man, because like I feel because Missionary had major label corporate backing
Mhm.
by Interscope. It's like some people just can't accept that this is a bad product.
Right.
I don't care that Dre produced every song. I don't care if Jimmy Iovine promoted it.
Mhm.
This is like Missionary is not an album that is going to carry on into the new year. Like when
Right.
the Chronic came out in December of '92, it carried on into '93.
Mhm.
Is anybody talking about Missionary?
Nope. I liked a couple songs, but that's about it. It didn't have no replay value for me. I think there's a lot of album filler on there. And the songs that I like, a lot of people don't care for. They don't care for the singles, and I think the singles were the best joints on the album.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but as far as this song, again, Redman, he has made it a point to pay his respects to the legends he admired. Again,
Mhm.
right off the rip, Flavor Flav know what time it is,
Yep.
I'm kind of surprised that Redman and Flavor Flav haven't done a song together because
Yeah.
they both silly, they're
Mhm.
both wacky, they're both comedic. You know, you know they're pretty much rappers that do stand up comedy for
Mhm.
3 minutes at a time on record.
Right. I agree.
But my favorite line on this song, and it's kind of foul, man. Like I don't condone this kind of behavior, but
Oh,
but you gotta call a spade a spade. When
right.
Redman said, and I quote, "Yeah, I'm that nigga, the dude that'll smash your wife like Guy Fisher."
Mm.
If you're familiar with the story of Nicky Barnes
Mhm.
and the council, that's a that's one of the foulest things you can do to any man.
Right.
You know, and of course, Nicky Barnes, once he was convicted by Rico, he was convicted by the federal government for
Right.
trafficking heroin.
Mhm.
You know, he got mad that Guy Fisher, one of the lieutenants in this organization, was sleeping with his wife.
Right.
So he tried to get Frank James, one of the muscle in the crew, to have Guy Fisher done off.
Right.
Of course, uh, uh, the the murder job wasn't followed up on, and
Mhm.
Nicky Barnes figured out that everybody in the crew turned their backs on him. So of course he snitched to the government. Had everybody else convicted, he got off. He testified on the witness stand, and he got up. He went into the witness protection program in '98. So man, like I say that all to say, even when he talks about something that's really foul, something that's really unscrupulous, it's funny because there's certain people that put themselves in that situation
Right.
when they don't have to. You ignore the signs and then you pay the price for it. So, I'm really digging this song.
Yeah, this is fire. Definitely. Would love to see a video for this too. Track 21. We got Booyaka Shot. This is the new single. Video just dropped yesterday. Actually today dropped today on YouTube. I think it's hilarious. It's typical Redman. There's some shots in the video I noticed where there's a scene where he's dressed up in like a suit and there's like a girl dressed up in like a white dress and he has hair in that scene, and then there's another scene where he's bald headed. So
Yeah.
apparently he shaved his head during this video. I don't know when,
No,
but
I think he wore like a ball. Like I
is
think he
that a
wore
bald
like
cap
a
he wore? It
ball.
looked like he really shaved his head though.
No, I think that's like a like a they do it in movies where
Mm,
like uh they'll put your hair all the way back
mm,
and put like uh something that resembles your skin,
okay,
and they'll just put it on your head to
right.
so it
Because
looks like you're bald.
I'm seeing the video. I'm like, there's some shots where he look bald headed, and there's other shots where he has hair. So I'm like, what's going on? You know? So
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was like his real, he really shaved his head, or if it was a bald cap. Okay, but yeah, the video's out on his channel. Check that out. He got the Careless One sample on it. This is produced by Redman as well. I liked it. I definitely think it's catchy. I like the chorus with the Careless One sample. You know, definitely did his thing on here, and again, it's one of those songs. When I first saw the album, I didn't think it could be a single, and he already dropped the video for it. So, what did you think about this one?
Yeah, I saw the video last night, and
Mhm.
you know the beginning is hilarious. You know, with him at the
Yeah,
drive-through,
yeah,
and you know he's ordering for his girl. His girl, you know, gets into the
hmm
passenger seat.
hmm
She finds a condom, then she orders him to take her back home. And to me, this video is a like. Remember when Ice Cube put out that video for Ego? It's
yeah,
my ego.
yeah. That was funny too.
Yeah, I feel like this is a better song
Mhm.
than "It's My Ego."
Yeah,
Um, I just can't get uh, get that hook out of my head.
right.
It's my ego. The way Ice Cube is singing it.
Yeah. I mean, when I saw it looked like he was doing the whole Don Mega Cube thing again, which
Yeah,
was like that era was like some of his worst music ever. But I get it, you know what I'm saying? And he had like a lot to offer on Man Down. So the remix with Killer Mike and Buster was dope.
yeah. I felt like just maybe it's because like Ice Cube's rhyming
Mm,
is kind of simple. Like that's
yeah,
the best way I could put it.
yeah,
Like his phrasing just sounds it leaves a lot to be desired. But the
mm,
remix, he kind of picked it up.
yeah,
Um,
definitely.
yeah,
You have to like once you got Buster and Killer Mike on it, you gotta switch it up.
exactly.
You know.
Yeah, yeah. This is a this song is hilarious.
Hmm.
The video is hilarious as well,
Yeah.
and you know even Redman at whatever age he's at, he's still going to be posted up in front of the Coney Islands with the
Hmm.
chicken heads, having a good time.
Facts. Definitely. All right, we halfway done. We got 10 more to go. We had track 22, Goofy, produced by Mike and Keys. I definitely enjoyed this one. And the whole message where Redman is talking about, goofy niggas doing dumb shit for money. And in his verse, he's saying, bank account a little low. My hustle doubled up. 45 around the waist. I need a tummy tuck. I'm a boss nigga. All about my bag. If my money run out, I'll be glad to wear a mask. They gave us 600 on the stimulus. Goofy niggas go buy Jordans and think they nigga rich. Remember when during the pandemic when they were giving out the stimulus checks and all these niggas was running to buy stupid shit. You know what I'm saying?
and,
And
and those same dudes thought that Trump gave them $600 free money when it was really the
exactly,
government.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, you're not getting that again. We're not getting that shit again. Like You know what I'm saying? If
And
you
that
bought
was
Jordans
because of
with that, good luck.
and that was because it was an emergency during the pandemic.
Right.
Like when the government shuts down, people need money
Exactly.
to survive.
If we have another pandemic, they might have all of us die. So we'll never get that again. You
That's
know what I
right.
mean? And you had Keith Turner. She also she's a female MC. She was also on here. She dropped a verse. I'm not familiar with Keith Turner. Maybe is she a part of Gilla House?
I
I never,
never heard of her.
yeah, I
But
never heard of her either.
yeah,
But
I'm
yeah,
with you on that.
she's also on this record. I thought it was though. I thought it was definitely a nice beat by Mike and Keys, and yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites on this album.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Uh huh.
This is my favorite song on the album.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've had this song on repeat for weeks now.
Nice.
Number one, I like that bass line
Hmm. Yeah,
is so thick and heavy,
that was dope.
and the scratching during the hook,
Hmm.
it gave me DJ Premier vibes.
Hmm.
But I like that message needed to be said, man. Like I felt everything Redman was saying, particularly in the first weeks of the new year, man.
Hmm.
You can just look at the behavior, the 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 misbehavior in the nonsense happening in hip hop right now.
Yeah.
He's describing that kind of behavior, and uh, not to go on a tangent,
Hmm.
but Redman put out an album no less than 3 weeks ago. Redman's putting out videos,
Hmm.
pretty much every day, if not every week.
Hmm.
And all you hear about, all you hear about right now is a bunch of has-beens just sniping at each other.
Hmm.
Like to me, like they're no different than the goofies at the liquor store talking about nonsense, talking about
You're talking
what
about
they used to
Jim
do.
Jones and Cam.
Hey, you said it, not me.
My thing is, and somebody just asked me that. My homeboy asked me that like an hour ago. I think Jim has always been jealous of Cameron, and even remember this happened 10 years ago. Like Cam went on IG Live when he was with forgot that chick Juju or whatever her name was, and he basically put Jim on blast 10 years ago. Now it's happening again. And I don't know what Jim said. Something about Cam said something about Jim started Dipset. He didn't start Dipset. That's all Cameron. Anything that Jim got is because of Cam and Jewels and Freaky Zeke. He put his people on the same way 50 put on G Unit and when Yayo was locked up and he put money in Yayo's commissary and Yayo came home when he was a millionaire. Same thing with Banks. Like that's all Cam. Cam didn't have to put them niggas on at all. Like he was a part of another clique with Bloodshed and with Big L, and rest in peace, and McGruff. You know what I'm saying? And tragedy happened, and he had to do his own thing. And I don't know what the issue is with Jim. I just feel like it's jealousy, and he's jealous because Cam and Mace has they blown up with they show, and he don't know how to take it. And it was Mace that taught him how to rhyme. Mace was the one that taught him how to rhyme. He wasn't rhyming before that. You know what I'm saying? Like this is why niggas never looked at Jim like he's like a real lyricist because you was taught by Mace, and Mace is a better lyricist than him.
Can you answer me this question? And as a New Yorker, you would know better than I would.
Mhm.
Okay, so when on It Is What It Is, when
Yeah.
Cameron broke down how he met Jim Jones,
Hmm.
how he came to know Jim Jones.
Hmm.
So if the point of contention is that Jim Jones isn't from Harlem, he's from the Bronx.
Hmm.
If that bothered you so much, then why were you in business with Jim Jones for all of those years
Well,
building
he
Dipset.
said basically because Jim was a cool nigga and he had a free crib, and they used to always go over to his crib when his mother wasn't home, and they hung out and they freestyled and stuff. That's basically what he said. It was like he wasn't from Harlem. He was from BX. I think his grandparents lived in Harlem or something, and he would chill over there, but he wasn't from there. Like it has. I think it's more than just that. But my thing is with Jim. This is been like the second time that I'm aware of since in 10 years that he's going off on Cameron, and I don't understand why. Because without with everything that you have is because of Cameron. Like for him, remember there was a point when Dipset got signed to Rockefeller, they didn't sign everybody on Dipset. They signed Cam and Jewel's. Being that he was under Dipset, he was a part of Rockefeller. They didn't sign Jim to a deal with Rockefeller. He had to go out and get his own deals with Koch and with Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers had made him, I think, the A&R. They had an A&R over there at one point. So he had 3 different contracts as a solo artist. And I will give Jim his credit. Like he definitely had his buzz in the streets with his mixtapes. He had the 7-8 Theory with Drama. He had other mixtapes that he was putting out, and he had to hustle to build a buzz for himself as a solo artist because he didn't have that buzz before. It was all about Cam and Jewels. Jewels was the reason why um Diplomatic Immunity is a classic album, in my opinion. He was the MVP of that album. He was featured on a lot of those songs. You know what I'm saying? But this whole thing about how he started Dipset, and I'm like, come on, man. You didn't start Dipset. Dipset, if you remember the SDE album, the back of it, Cam has the tattoo on his hand. You know what I'm saying? That was when back when he was on Epic Records. Jim Jones didn't start Dipset. You know what I'm saying? And like, he's taking credit. Like, okay, there was a point when him and Cam after '06 wasn't talking, and he put Dipset on his back and he started Bird Gang with Mel Matrix and Stack Bundles and Max B was a part of that. And he carried on the name, but you didn't start Dipset. And I really think it comes down to him being jealous of Cameron. That's what it's come down to. And he don't like the fact that Cam is all about Cam and Mace now, and they reconcile their differences, and he don't like that. When was the last time Jim Jones had a hit record? When was the last time anybody talked about a Jim Jones album? You know what I'm saying? I was never a big like supporter of him anyway. Like he was okay. He had some hit records, Ballin' and Wrecking Time and all that. But I wasn't out buying his albums. I didn't buy none of his shit.
So so
It's,
this is
you know,
like the reason why this is perplexing to me. Okay, so he said that Jim Jones is not Harlem. He's from the Bronx, right? So is Mace isn't Mace wasn't Mace born in Jacksonville, Florida?
I don't know. I heard rumors about that too. But I think it's
Cameron made
deeper.
it a point of he made it a point when Mace and Cameron were beefing,
Mhm,
like when they were exchanging diss tracks.
right.
He said that Mace isn't from Harlem. He was born in Jacksonville, Florida. So I don't know how you can, if you can, if you. This is weird. If you can uh, make peace with the fact that Mace wasn't born in
Mhm.
Harlem, but he rep Harlem, then how is it that you can't get past Jim Jones not being from?
I think it's deeper than that. But like to Cam's credit, he's tired of it, and I don't blame him. It's like we're doing this again after 10 years. Like he already did this 10 years ago. They're beefing again over what? What is it exactly that Jim Jones is mad about? I don't understand. Like you know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm already tired of hearing about it, and I could see why Cameron wanted to distance himself because he wasn't planning on doing a Dipset reunion. I didn't see that happening, and I was surprised that they even did that. You know what I'm saying? But y'all get back together and reunite Dipset, and then y'all beefing again? Like, come on. So I agree with Cam. You need to let it go and just move on and do his own thing because this is it's ridiculous now with Jim. and I do agree with what Cam said about like everybody around Jim ends up catching the case. You had Max B was in there for like what 75 years, and supposedly he's coming home this year, if I'm not mistaken. There's a rumor that he's coming home this year. Um, Max B made Jim better. He made him better. If you listen to all those old mixtapes, those old Bud Gang mixtapes, Max B had the hottest shit on there. You know what I'm saying? I think Jaja was doing the bit. Everybody around Jim it caught a case. He made up. He had some issue with Mendices, and then they had like a sit down conversation. And I don't really care about Jim Jones. I think he's irrelevant now. You know what I'm saying? And it's like if I believe he's jealous of Cam. I've always felt like that. And I think Cameron needs to move on. Like whatever Dipset did in the past, let that be in the past. It's time to move on from that.
And so, according to DJ Envy, now you tell me if this is true or false.
Mhm.
On the Breakfast Club, I saw online, Envy said Jim Jones was the quote unquote muscle for the group. Is that true?
I don't think he was. I mean, if he was, he got fucked up and he got jumped. Didn't he get jumped by Junior Mafia in the park? And they had that on video, like with the muscle.
So
How you the
yeah,
muscle and you the one getting chased? And supposedly that whole BMF was about to beat his ass, and he was getting jumped by them.
I've never heard the enforcer, getting bullied. Usually the
Exactly.
enforcer
Exactly.
inflicts harm. They,
He
they,
he.
they inflict the
Yeah, I
harm on other
forgot. I
people.
forgot what podcast he was on. There was a podcast that he was on, and he even talked about the time that he was in Atlanta and he was about to get jumped by BMF. And and Cameron even said that told that story that they would chase him to the beach and he's about to get his ass beat. You know what I'm saying? So it's like how you the muscle for Dipset and you the one getting chased. You know what I mean? So like I said, I don't really care. Like Jim, he's not even relevant no more to me. I don't see why people still even like care to fuck with him.
I got to be honest with you. Like I think maybe 10 years from now, there's going to be a movie about the rise and fall of Dipset,
Well, there was
and
supposed to
I feel
be a Dipset documentary, but I don't know if that's still happening.
this sounds like something like I mentioned a couple of minutes ago.
Hmm.
Uh, Nicky Barnes and
Yeah.
his organization, like all the time, like when people thought that Nicky Barnes and his organization they were flying high, they were making history. All the while, the dysfunction in that organization was out of this world. I think I think to a certain degree there's a
Hmm.
lot of parallels between.
Yeah, definitely. Because when Dipset got to when Cam got signed with The Rock, there was tension with Jay and with Dame because all we kept hearing about was Dame was signing artists that Jay-Z didn't necessarily want on the label. Nori, ODB, Cam, you know what I'm saying? And even when all that was going on, they were the hottest shit in New York City on the radio, on the mixtapes. You listen to any of those K Slade Dipset mixtapes, they were the hottest shit at that point. It wasn't Jay. It wasn't Murder Inc. It was Dipset. And that carried over into Diplomatic Community Volume 1. And that was a classic double album. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that really spearheaded Cameron, revitalizing his career from Epic Records. And he was unhappy at Epic. And he got to Rockefeller and he came home with me, classic album. He had Purple Haze, which a lot of people say is his best album, and that really spearheaded what to where he's at now. And they did movies and bought out Jewels, bought out Jim. Even though he was on other labels, that's really more Jim's credit. He was promoting himself as an artist and getting his own buzz. And Freaky Zeke and Duke the God even bought out porn. They had Dipset porn at one point. They had their own liquor. You know what I'm saying? So they
Mhm.
spearheaded their own movement all from Cam being signed to Rockefeller, like they should, and they took advantage of that situation. You know what I'm saying? But
They pretty much did. Uh, they had their own business holdings
yeah,
within their own
right,
organization, pretty much
exactly.
similar
And
to what
and
RZA did with Wu Tang. He
right,
had the
exactly.
Wu
And they
Tang.
put niggas on. Hell Rell came out, 40 Cal. They had Dipset compilations. I got most of them. You know what I'm saying? And you know, JR Ryder comes out, and they definitely looked out for they peoples. You know what I'm saying? And that's all because of Cam. That's not that don't have shit to do with Jim. You know, like I said, Jim, to his credit, he built his own buzz as a solo artist because he didn't get signed to Rockefeller, and he put the Dipset brand on his back when him and Cam had a falling out. You know what I'm saying? He had Bird Gang, and he signed Stack Bundles, and unfortunately Stack got killed. He had Mel Matrix. I heard Mel Matrix is doing a bit or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But he had his own movement going on. He wasn't resting on his laurels like Tony Ayo was waiting for 50 Cent to come out and do an album. And 50 told them niggas like, yo, I'm going to the television. I'm not coming out with music. So you and Banks better find out what y'all gonna do. And to Banks' credit, he that's what he did. He was doing his own thing. Yayo, I don't know. He's become a sidekick at this point. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I don't know. To me, I feel like I think Jim is just jealous of Cam and everything that he's accomplished, and I think is just stupid
You
because
know, you know what I find odd is that like Jim Jones for years, like he would do like those stupid weatherman
mhm,
skits where he
mhm,
would like during the
right.
wintertime, like he
Yeah,
would
he on the news and shit.
like he could have parlayed that into like I don't know. I'm just
No, but you're
brainstorming
right.
right now.
You're right.
He could have had his own weather channel or
Exactly.
his version of reporting the weather.
I agree.
Like Cameron in what probably 10 years,
Mhm,
like he came up with an idea to have his own sports morning show that
right.
could compete with Undisputed or First Take
Right.
and be much more raw because they're not on broadcasting, they're not on network TV.
I agree.
If Cameron could do that with his resources, what stopped Jim Jones from doing something similar around Weber?
Jim was too busy being on Love and Hip Hop and having his wife Chrissy, you know, fight all these other bitches on there, like Kimbella, Joel's ex wife and all that. I just like just stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, how is that? Nobody's gonna remember you for doing that shit. You know what I'm
But
saying? They all get on there and fight. Like nobody's gonna remember you for doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? How is that pushing the culture forward? That's gossip TV. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, our people love that shit. And you know, he didn't do this shit like Cam. That's why I feel like he's jealous of Cam because Cam made the right business decisions, and Jim didn't do that.
and
Jim wanted to be like the hottest nigga with the drip in Harlem.
so would it have been better? Like it seems like Jim Jones would rather Cam beef with Mace for the rest of his life, be be bitter and broke, than be successful in an industry that that needs an alternative to the straight laced
Hmm.
sports shows that's on TV.
Right. I mean, yeah, salute to them. Like, and they played ball. Like they played ball in school together. People forget Mace played ball. So did Cameron. So they know what they talking about. Jim ain't play no damn ball. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like they have pictures of them playing ball together in high school. They played ball together. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I would think they would know what they talking about when it comes to basketball. You know what I'm saying? So salute to them. Like they doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a lane and they definitely doing their own thing. For people that don't want to see, you know, Stephen A on First Take, you got the alternative.
and that's it. Like I think Cam said it best. Like there's no need to talk about this after he already addressed it on his own
Exactly.
show.
That was 10 years ago. He went full out 10 years ago. Like I was on that live stream. This man was dressed up in a suit, and he had Juju dressed up in a gown, and they were talking, they were sitting, they were dancing, and they sat down, and he totally put Jim Jones on blast for that whole live stream. And now, and this is 10 years later, and we're doing the same shit again. Come on, Jim, grow up.
I kind of felt like this was brewing because if you remember when I think when he was on the Breakfast Club and he was asked how did he feel about Cameron Mason's show, and he
Mm,
said something to the effect that it's alright. I mean, we'll see
exactly,
if
because he
he'll
can't do it. That's why, because he can't do the same thing that Cam do. You know what I'm saying?
and I'll give Cam this like Cam he's he'll be the first to say he is not a journalist. He is not a a sports analyst in the way that
He's not.
uh, you know, let's say Mina Kimes or Dan Orlovsky is on ESPN, but
Hmm.
he knows enough to have an informed opinion
Exactly.
on sports.
And we not sports analysts either. But I played sports when I was young. I watch a lot of sports. I can definitely give you a play by play of what's going on in the game. I've done it already. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to be signed to ESPN for us to know what the fuck we talking about. And I think Cameron Mace do it well without all the fucking facts and analytics. And you want that stuff, then you could go watch ESPN. They could give you that, or you could watch FS1 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But if you just want some hood niggas telling you their point of view, you watch them. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why they've been so successful. Everybody can do what they do. Like I left the podcast 2 years ago because niggas want to switch up their content and try to be like them. Y'all ain't them. That's why Cameron Mason's in their own lane. That's why Joe Budden is in his own lane. Everybody can't be like them. You know what I'm
And that
saying?
and that's the way it should be because I can't because I remember when uh when Melissa Ford said what she said about Cam and Mace.
Hmm.
Cameron was like, "We not like y'all. Like we don't gossip about
Exactly.
people.
Exactly.
Like we talk about sports as they happen.
Exactly.
We talk about athletes' performances. If a team lost, we talk about why that team lost. If
Hmm.
that team won, we talk about how that team won.
Right. Like me and you can have a regular conversation about NFL, and I ain't throwing out no stats and all that because that's not what we do. We just giving you our honest opinion on the game that we saw and how it made us feel, and what to look forward to. That's it. I ain't got to come with, oh well, you know, Jared Goff had this many yards and this many touchdowns and interceptions, and I don't care about all that. I'm talking about the game, and what I saw, and what the Lions did right or what they did wrong or what they should have done. That's it. You don't need to be having a degree in that shit.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the issue now is like so many damn platforms, and they trying to be official, and they trying to be better than the rest, and I don't care about all that. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? If I talk sports, it's because of like I love sports, and it's my natural reaction to shit. I'm not giving y'all facts and stats, and y'all could do that shit on Google. That's what you got Google for. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So it's like, yeah, people fuck with them because they're not trying to break down shit with stats and all that. They're giving you how they feel about shit from their point of view. Then that's what I'd rather fuck with platforms like that than to fuck with niggas that they all about stats, and they got a bunch of papers in their hand, and they looking up this on Google, and I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't do nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like that shit'll matter when it's time to play fantasy sports, and I gotta make my NFL team, and I gotta see, well, what quarterback I need, what tight ends I need, and running backs. That's when that shit'll matter to me. Other than that, I
Mhm.
don't care about all those stat numbers and shit. I don't mean shit to me.
Yeah, we just shooting the shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it's very easy for me to do it like that. You know what I'm saying? So Um, I don't know what the issue is with Jim. I just think it's jealousy, and I think he needs to grow up and start making moves like Cam instead of being jealous of your man. Start making business moves like that.
This should be a wake up call for Jim Jones. Like if you think about it, like we're what 15 days into the new year.
Hmm.
Like use this year to to reinvent yourself. And
Right.
I'm not talking about rapping
Hmm.
because your rapping is terrible, man. Do something else away from the music industry
Hmm.
that is unique to you. Like the same way Cameron found a lane that's unique to him,
Exactly.
you got to do that for
Exactly.
yourself.
That's it.
Because I tell you right now, Cam and Mace, they're not thinking about you when after they wrap up
Exactly.
their show.
And he shouldn't. Like at this point, Cam has classic albums. He don't need to drop another album if you don't want to. You know what I'm saying? And he's done his freestyles and he still sound sharp as ever. And that's good. Like he don't need to. This going back to Dipset is it's like they era has passed. Like they had a movement. It's over. We're not in the mixtape era no more. You know what I'm saying? That was a if you wasn't around for that era, then you just missed out. That's all I can tell people. Like if you wasn't there, then you wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? But that
Mhm.
Dipset to me was one of the best. They had a great buzz. They had a great classic first album, and that was it. You know what I'm saying? He don't need to revisit the whole Dipset thing. But for Jim to come out and say, "Oh, he made this," you didn't start Dipset. Like you got the money that you got and the fame is because of Cameron. And Cameron could have been like, "Fuck you. You're not one of us. You're not from Harlem." He could have been like, "Yo, you're not a part of this," and he chose to bring him along. And that's the type of gratitude that you show to your boy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I think Cam needs to just cut bait with him and,
And
and
by
just
the
move
way,
on from him.
and by the way, the day that Jim Jones chose to go on stage with 50 Cent,
Hmm. Right.
like you're no longer trustworthy.
Exactly. That's
Like,
another thing because you know that the issues that 50 and Cam had in the past to the point where Cam got shot in the arm when he was on driving. You know what I'm saying? And that was all like all over the news back then. And it's like you go into the enemy side and he with 50, you signing with Rock Nation, and it's like everybody that he had issue with, he want to make peace with. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, come on, dude. Like pick a side. Like who you gonna be loyal to? You gonna be loyal to Cameron or you gonna be loyal to these niggas that was fucking talking shit about him in the past? Now you want to be friends with them.
and also Jim Jones was also on Rap City with 50 Cent
Hmm. Yeah,
at a time when 50 and Cameron were damn near about to go to war.
yeah, yeah. That was real. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. It's just I just think Jim just need to grow up and stop the bullshit and be congratulatory for your peoples instead of hating on them and talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Mace is the
Mhm.
one that taught you how to rap. You wouldn't be if it wasn't for Mace. You wouldn't be have any fame if it wasn't for Cameron. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? And but it's Jim Jones. I'm not surprised. That's the shit that he do. He's done this before. You know what I'm saying? And it's like again, what was the last hit song that Jim Jones had or hit album? He's been non-irrelevant in this culture for a long time. And for
And
whatever reason, people want to still pay attention to what he says and dick ride him. I'm like, I don't care about Jim Jones. I never bought any of his shit any fucking way. So
even that whack diss song he put out the other day,
right, I didn't
like
even hear it. I didn't hear it. Like he's had some good albums. The Diary of Summer was good, and the El Capo album was good. I like the album he did with Harry Fraud, the Fraud Department, but that was years ago. What has he done now? Like instead of him beefing with Cam and Mace, what have you done? You know what I'm saying? It's like he's living off of his past. Oh well, I had 3 deals with Coction, with Warner Brothers, and this one that was like 20 years ago. Bird Gang was 20 years ago, and none of them niggas came out with shit. You know what I'm saying? Max B locked up. Stack is dead. I think Mel Matrix is doing a bit or some shit. Like, come on. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't get it. Like I just feel like if he really shown his colors, you know what I'm saying? And people need to like realize that now. Like, yo, he hates Cameron. He's jealous of Cam. He's been jealous of Cam, and it's probably gonna be that way for like forever.
So that's so Stack Bundles dead.
Yeah.
Max B.
Max, I heard Max B was coming out this year. I he was coming out like around Thanksgiving. I don't know how true that is.
So,
You
so
know what I'm
that's
saying?
so that's three people.
Yeah,
That's three lives that Jim
yeah,
Jones helped ruin.
right. Mel Matrix supposedly he did a bid or some shit, or he's doing a bid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like he had beef with. There was a point when he had beef with Mano, and then all of a sudden they the Lobby Boys. You know, they came out with an album. All of a sudden you cool with Mano.
Yo, I felt like Cameron took it easy on Jim Jones. I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell you.
he
I'm gonna
did.
mention. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna mention somebody
Mm-hmm,
that Jim Jones insulted last year, and I felt like Jim Jones was punching
mm-hmm,
down.
mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with D1?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I felt like when D1 made, he was giving a critique about Jim Jones' music,
Mm-hmm,
like the messages in his music. And Jim Jones, he was on Sway, and he took it the other way and started threatening D1.
right.
And Sway was defending D1, and Jim Jones kept on talking about, my cousins might not like what you said about me, and they may, put their hands on you.
Mm-hmm.
Like if, like you didn't put your hands on True Life,
Exactly.
but you're gonna put your hands on a Christian rapper.
Exactly. Exactly. When Junior Mafia had that nigga running in Rucker Park for his life, he didn't put
Mm-hmm.
his hands on little Caesar them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like this is what he do. Like I don't get it. And if I was Cam, I would just like cut him off completely and move on from it. You know what I'm saying? Like Cam don't need to get involved in no beef at this point in his career, man. He niggas is older than that now.
And Mace didn't say a word, and he didn't have to, because
He
if
didn't
I
have
taught
to.
you how to rap,
Exactly.
there's nothing you could ever
Exactly.
say to
If
me.
he do a diss song right now against Mace, Mace could that's easy work for Mace. He ain't had no problem destroying Jim Jones. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
So
Mace made the Oracle where he dissed the shit out of Cam, and Cam is
mhm,
infinitely a better MC than
mhm,
Jim Jones.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say nothing. I would just ignore that nigga. He might be doing it for clout anyway because he ain't got shit else that's going on. He might be doing it for clout.
And the didn't a couple years ago he dissed Pusha T, and he
Don't get it.
he was trying to bait Pusha T by
Hmm.
saying Pusha T isn't a top 50 MC.
Yeah. Oh, but you are top 50 MC. Come on, come on now. This is
Yo,
this is this is the problem.
you can make the argument that Jim Jones isn't even top 20 in his own
No,
crew.
hell no. He not even the best in his own crew. It was is Cam is Joel to me is better. Hell
J.R.
Rel is
Ryder,
better. J.R.
40
Ryder
Cal.
better. 40 cat. Like, come on. He wasn't even the best in Dipset. You know what I'm saying? Like if you notice, like on the first Diplomatic Immunity album, he ain't on all the tracks. He might be
Mhm.
on there like talking shit, but as far as like rapping, he not rapping on all the tracks.
Exactly.
Jewels was the MVP of that album. That album is classic because of Jewels. You know what I'm saying? He's featured on most of those tracks. He was young. He was not even in his prime yet, but he was hungry. You know what I'm saying? Like from me to you, underrated classic. That's why they signed him to Rockefeller. They didn't sign Jim Jones to Rockefeller.
As a matter of fact, like Jules Santana has more of a right to have gripes with Cam, but
Exactly.
Jules just, it seems like Jules
He's staying
Santana
out of it.
just Yeah,
He's staying out of it. Yeah,
he took accountability for his own career mistakes.
exactly. As he should. That's his fault. That's not Cam's fault. That's his fault. He a grown ass man. He got kids. You know what I'm saying? Jewels need to stay out of it because again, if you respect Cam. Cam brought you on. You don't say nothing about that. You stay out of this beef. That's between Jim and Cam. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If Jewels need to come out with an album, that's what he need to do.
Well, first of all, Jewels need to, get a denture plan.
You're funny. Oh Lord. Hey, Joel, I still believe Joel's have it in him, but he got to be motivated. I haven't heard motivation from him in a long time since he's been out of jail. Like I know he came out with a couple of singles last year, but I want to hear a full project. Full
But, but,
project.
but here's the thing, like Joe Santana, he had it all because not only could he rap,
Mm-hmm.
the ladies, was feeling him.
Yeah.
So he had the ladies and he had the
Mm-hmm.
streets.
Facts.
But his youth done passed. Like you only have a certain amount of years to really use all of those things to your advantage.
Right. I
And
agree. I agree.
and I heard like Joe Santana, he put out some video a couple, I think it was last year,
Yeah.
and he was trying to get his feet wet
Mm-hmm.
back in music. And to me, he has a lot of ring rust.
He do, and that's why I say he has to come out often. Like he used to come out all the time. He was hot in the streets when he had From Me to You, and he was coming out with the back like cook crack mixtapes and shit. And then he got caught up in the streets, and then he went to jail. And I know he had a divorce with Kimbella, but he has to start coming out with shit again if he wants to really be taken seriously again. He got to knock off that rust and come out with a project.
Yeah, he has to make his presence known.
Hmm.
Like people, like if people do know him, they only know him for his association with Cameron.
Exactly.
Like if like George Santana, he can, put out music every couple of weeks for a few months,
Facts.
just to really build a new audience of new followers and
Facts.
build your own fans because the fans that you had from 2010, they're not going to be there for you in
Exactly.
2025, man. They done moved on.
Exactly. Facts. I agree.
Hmm.
Well, let's finish up this album. We on track 23. We got the Obama Stick Up skit, but with Avion Crockett playing Obama, and Avion Crockett is from a great comedian. He was on Mad TV, if I'm not mistaken. And I really this to me was the best skit on the album. I really enjoyed this skit, and he's playing Obama, and he sounds like Obama too, mind you. He's playing Obama, and it's a stick up. He's robbing people, and he's saying, I'm a Chicago. I hate Chicago niggas, but I know Chief Keef. That's the little homie. This he's telling people this is he's telling people this is a motherfucking stick up. He's like, yo, I want somebody to tell me. I want niggas to tell me what planet is Jermaine Jackson here from, right? He's like, I want another season of Martin. I want your jewels, your
No,
healthcare,
no, 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 no,
your
no. I
iPad,
do
your
not want.
iPhone.
I don't want
Um,
another season of Martin.
yeah, you want another season of Martin?
I'm saying I don't want another
You don't want
season of
another season of
Martin
Martin? A lot of people felt like that, like they want another season of Martin.
without
And
Tommy.
oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there was talks about that too. There was trying to bring it back where it would be like one more season for the fans, and they would pay tribute to Tommy, but it would never be the same without Tommy. You know,
And, and also like, but here's the thing, like Martin. Everybody gets older, but the cast don't look the same physically.
right?
Like everybody's gotten heavier, everybody has aged. They're so how would the plot be written?
I think it would be written like Martin and Gina had a kid, and maybe their kid is like grown up, and the antics that go on with that, with them and the kid, and I don't know, like 'cause they didn't get a chance to film it. They were just talks about them rebooting the series and bringing it back, but I'm like, it'll never be the same without Tommy again, without Thomas, you know.
Yeah,
So it's like
I do
mm,
think they should bring back Stan,
they should bring back Stan.
Garrett Morris
Oh,
character.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, as much as I love Martin, I grew up that whole Thursday night lineup on Fox with Martin at 8 p.m. and 8:30 was Living Single, and then 9 o'clock was New York Undercover. That's one of the best Thursday night lineups ever in history of television. And that was when I was like, I was watching network TV when network TV was good. It's crap now, but it's not the same. Even if they brought it back, you can never recreate what happened in the 90s. You
Shit,
know what I'm saying?
I would rather have another. I would rather have a reboot of New York Undercover than Martin.
And they got that. The problem is during the pandemic, um, it didn't get picked up by ABC. It was supposed to go to ABC, and ABC didn't pick up the pilot. But they did film the whole season supposedly, and Dick Wolf supposedly was shopping it around the streaming. I find it hard to believe that nobody on streaming wants the reboot for New York Undercover. That's crazy because there's shit even on streaming right now that they got. You know what I'm saying? So it's like y'all don't want New York Undercover, but y'all want all this other bullshit that's on streaming.
Yeah, but here's the thing about New York Undercover. New York Undercover, the original, the music was incredible.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to do a reboot, like which New York rappers is going to have their music featured on it?
But you gotta have Joey Badass because he's from New York. He's from Brooklyn. You gotta have Joey Badass on there. You
Okay.
know. Who else? I mean, A Boogie with the hoodie. Even though I'm not a fan of him, he's from here. ASAP Rocky. They got to mix it up. You got to make it old and new. But just the fact that they filmed the pilot and they have the episodes, but none of Netflix or Hulu or Amazon Prime, they don't want it. But y'all got this other bullshit on there.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Griselda.
Yeah, Griselda too, for sure. Griselda, I mean, they could mix it up. You know what I'm saying? It could be a mix of like old and new, and you have the artists, featured on there again, and just like they did when they had Natalie's and all that. And this is a show back in the 90s that had two soundtracks. People don't know that. They had one soundtrack for Natalie's and they had the regular soundtrack. I don't know any other show that had two soundtracks for the show. You know what I'm saying? That's how popular it was. And I just feel like Dick Wolf was bullshitting. Like you can create a whole Chicago universe with Chicago Fire and Chicago Med and Chicago PD, but when it comes to New York Undercover, you beating your feet. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Like shop that show to Netflix or to Amazon and let them get it on. Like people want to see this shit. You know?
And the fact that it would be on Netflix or Amazon, you could be much more raw.
Exactly.
You don't
Exactly.
have to worry about FCC rules.
Right. You ain't gotta worry about censoring songs and shit like that. Like put it on streaming. There's a fan base for it. You know what I'm saying? That there's people that still, watch the reruns. They want to see the new one. Like put it on there. Like, nah, he wants to create all this Chicago shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. You know. But I love the skit. I think the skit was hilarious. I think it was the best skit on here. I would love to see them do this on film.
Hmm.
And you had Avian Crockett as Obama, saying like nobody works on March 9th because they're gonna celebrate this nigga Biggie Smalls. And I thought it was just a hilarious skit.
Yeah, I thought the homage to Biggie, that's like the fifth one on this
Yeah,
album.
yeah.
Like Redman really loves Biggie
Hmm.
and really he read Biggie to the death, and I think that's admirable.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, Afion Crockett, like he's a funny comedian, and his impersonation of Obama,
Yeah.
I think it was spot on because the reason why it works is because Obama he speaks formally, like
Right.
he always articulates himself very well. He doesn't use slang.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't curse. He speaks with perfect diction. So to hear him loosen up
Crazy.
and kind of be hood, that's what makes it so
Yeah.
funny and relatable.
Oh yeah. Um, track 24. We got 1 o'clock, produced by Rockwaller. Again, it's one of those songs where it was okay, had a nice beat, but it didn't stand out for me.
Yeah, 1 o'clock. I mean, no matter the time of day, this isn't hitting at all. Like this
Yeah.
is you could call this song, 12 o'clock. This song does not do it for me. Um, I think uh, I think the this song might be victim to it not being worked on enough.
Right.
Like the idea might have been great
Hmm.
in his head, but when put on wax, it doesn't. It just doesn't resonate. Like I
Agree.
feel like this is it's a song that he probably enjoyed, probably, and like he said it himself, like he makes music for himself, and I'm
Right.
sure this was funny to him.
Hmm.
But some things can hit and some things can fall flat.
Right.
But there's so many to me. There's so many uh, hits on this album that the misses doesn't really
Yeah,
affect the grading curve.
I agree. One track, the next track, which is one of my favorites, the Posse track, "Light It Up," with all New Jersey rap artists. You have Naughty by Nature, Queen Latifah, Elder Sensei from the Artifacts, Channel Live, Heather B, Lady Luck, Lords of the Underground, Nikki D, Rod Digger, and Shaquille O'Neal. Yes, that Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq Fu, Zach Diesel. That this was an classic posse cut, and salute to Redman for highlighting these Jersey artists who a lot of them never got the recognition that they deserve, like a Nikki D and a Heather B. And it was great for them to shine on this posse joint. They definitely need a video for this. I would love to see a video for this. And I loved it. I think the beat was fire. I definitely liked Rod Digger's. Rod Digger opened the posse joint. I loved his her verse, and she said in and out. They asked like the super, get in my '80s bag, calling them poo butt. About to watch these bitches get the loofah. Here and now, give me a reason, bitch. I'm Luther. What? Come on,
Give Me the
that's not
Reason is
bars. I
one of
don't
my
know what
favorite
is, man.
Luther songs.
Luther getting his shine recently, and it's unfortunate he not here to get those roses. But damn. I heard Harles mention Luther. Kendrick got a song called Luther. You know what I mean? They got the Luther documentary on streaming. He getting his love right now. It's a damn shame they didn't get this love when he was alive. You know what I mean? But it samples the Rapper's Delight legendary track. Everybody should know Rapper's Delight. Sugar Hill Gang. This was a Jersey classic. I love this song, man. What did you think about it?
Yeah, this is a great posse cut of all time Jersey spitters. I really appreciate the fact that he had Rod Digger, Heather B, uh, Nikki D on it.
Hmm.
I guess uh, Lauren Hill couldn't be reached.
I forgot. I mean, what are they officially from Jersey? Because I heard they used to spend time in Brooklyn too.
That's a good question.
You know, they
Because
forgot.
you know what now I don't know anymore because obviously I thought Jim Jones was from Harlem,
Right.
so So you're right.
They
Like maybe Lauryn Hill isn't from the
they
Brick City.
they, they did forget Ransom and Joe Budden and Case One, because they from Jersey as well. Young Z,
Yeah,
unless he's
that's
planning on
why
doing a
that's
part,
why.
maybe he's gonna do a part two. I don't know.
But here's the thing, though, and I don't like. You know what? I don't think it'll be controversial, but I
Mhm.
think because Ransom is younger than all of those cats, I
Yeah,
think Ransom would be hungrier.
right.
Plus, Ransom would be out to he would be out for blood.
Was is he younger than Lady Luck? I want to say Lady Luck came out around the same time as him.
Uh,
Cause she was,
I heard Lady Luck in '99. As a
yeah,
matter
she
of
was
fact,
she
she
was
was on she was on was it uh on
yeah,
EPMD's '97 album?
um out of business.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
she,
was on that joint. Yeah, that was like 99. I want to say, yeah.
yeah.
And
So
she was signed to Def Jam. She just never came out. And I didn't hear Ransom to the 2000s when he was with Hitchcock, the 18.
yeah, so that's why I would assume he's younger than Lady
Right,
Luck and all of them.
right, right.
Um, I but when it comes to posse cuts,
Uh,
somebody has the best verse,
uh,
somebody has the weaker verse.
right. Who had the weak verse to you on here?
I'm glad you said that.
Was it Shaq?
It wasn't Shaq
It
Diesel.
wasn't Shaq. Okay.
My answer is going to be very surprising to people,
Wow.
and I hate to say this, man,
Oh
because
man.
this man he he helped lead the Jersey charge in
Uh,
hip hop in the early '90s,
uh,
but is Mister
oh
is
wow.
Mister Anthony Chris, aka
Wow.
Tretch.
Look at
I
Trash.
felt, yeah, Trigger Tretch. I felt like Tretch. I felt like he mailed this verse in.
Mm,
I was expecting Tretch, to. I mean, it wasn't like I know it wasn't a lot of bars for him to get his thing off,
yeah.
but he could have delivered a better performance than what he gave.
Let's see. He said keep a street fleet call, address issue, foot in your ass if the shoe fits you. This my dogs, I ditch you, stinking bitch. Can I kick it, Jersey Jitsu? I mean, it was short. It sounded like something Tretch would say, you know what I mean? I do, because there's so many people on the posse joint, I know like a lot of them didn't get their balls off really, and he was one of them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right.
Mhm.
Like maybe my expectations need to be relaxed.
Right.
Uh, I have high expectations.
Oh yeah, for sure. And rightfully
Um,
so. Like I felt like Rod Digger, Rod Digger, who else?
Elder
Latifah,
Sensei,
yeah, Elder Sensei. Like they to me had like the best verses. Like yeah, Elder Sensei, Latifah, Rod Digger. I'm trying to remember what Nikki D said on this shit. But yeah, some of them verses were short. Like Vin Rock got to rock more than Tretch. No pun intended. He got to rock more than Tretch, which is crazy.
that's a damn shame.
But yeah, because it's like you always think of like Tretch starting off a naughty record and then Vin Rock coming in, but Vin actually had more bars than Tretch on here.
And
That's crazy.
who would have ever said in any year that Vin Rock would have a better verse than
I
Tretch?
hey, I would have never. I don't want to say it's never happened before. I can't think off the top. Oh, I do remember. I liked his verse on "It's On." That was the joint where they were going at Sir Mix a Lot, and that
Yeah,
part where you said, "Who gives a fuck if we mix a lot? East Coast gets the props, producers rocking not. Baby and got back, baby got black. That's why you see the black baby and we respect that." I loved his verse on that. So
but
that's the
that
one
verse didn't
time that I
catch
remember where he
this.
actually sounded better than Tretch.
You see, Tretch probably wrote that verse for him, so that don't
That's
count.
true. That's true. Hey, I don't want to spread rumors. I don't know if Vin Rock had a ghostwriter. I don't know because we wasn't thinking like that back then. I don't know. I never heard no rumors about that. You know what I'm saying? He might have
Yeah,
he might have wrote that verse, and to his credit, it was dope.
but I could hear Tretch's flow in Vin Rock's verse on
Yeah,
his song.
that's true. That's true. I mean, Tretch had a unique flow. Like nobody sounds like him. You know what I'm saying? Like his wordplay was just dope, and it was different, and like he could like weave in and out of the beat. So I mean, maybe he did. I never heard of no Ghost Riders for Ren though. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
that's the one time that I can remember where I actually liked his verse more than Tretch. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't too many other times, but yeah, like he had a better verse on here than Tretch, which is maybe Redman. That's how Redman set it up. Like yo, I want you to sound better than Tretch on here. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like who orchestrated like the like who orchestrated who's going first and who's going last? It had to be Redman, right? Or did they draw straws and be like, yo, well, I had the short straw, so I'm gonna go first. Redman went first, and then Rod Digger, and then everybody else, and I think Shaq went last or whatever. But like I don't know, like who got to say like who went second and third, and you know what I mean? So
that to me, I think that would be a very that's a good question because I think it depends on who produced the song.
right, it
If we
don't
know
it
who,
don't say here, which is surprise. I'm thinking it's Redman. They don't say who produced the song here, so I don't
or
know if it
does
was
it?
Red or Rockwall or what.
Yeah, because if we know who the producer is, then chances are that producer probably wanted the
Mhm.
order of them C's uh, uh, to be arranged uh, by some criteria.
Right? Yeah, I don't
But
know. Like,
I will say though,
mhm,
Rod Digger came out shooting after
she did.
Redman.
She did definitely.
Matter of fact, like the last time I heard Rod Digger uh, come with a verse that is flames
Hmm.
like this was it was a song that it was the last song that K Slade did before he passed,
Uh-huh.
and
Was
it
that
was a
that posse joint he did?
yeah with
I remember that.
R.J. Payne,
Yeah.
um, Corey Guns,
Uh-huh. I remember that joint.
yeah, Papoose, man. I thought Rod Digger was she was getting in a hardcore bag.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. Um, yeah, I really do hope he does a video for that. I don't know if it's gonna. It might be hard to get all of them together for the video. They might have to like film it separately. I know Latifah is always busy. You know what I'm saying? And Do It All is busy and being a councilman. But hopefully, I would like to see him do a video for that. Just as a nice thank you to Jersey and Jersey hip hop. We got our boy Ray Lansky, who's from Jersey, and he has his Jersey documentary, his Steeport documentary coming out hopefully on streaming soon. And you know, I got a chance to like look at the whole documentary. It's phenomenal. It's definitely a documentary that hip hop heads got to look at. If you love the Jersey hip hop artists from that area, I think people are gonna be definitely pleased with it. So shout out to Ray Lance. Yeah, I tried to get Ray on for this review too, but he didn't answer his DM. So I got it. I should have called him. I got his number too. Damn. But we'll do some stuff. We'll do some more stuff with him in the future. Have him come on here with us. Track 26, we got What You're Talking About, produced by Rockweiler. This joint, what did I say about this joint? Uh it had a nice beat, you know. That's really all I said. It had a nice beat to it. I didn't write no lyrics down or anything.
Wait, who produced this again?
Rockweiler?
Okay, uh, this is a no for me.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I like I'm glad I asked because I thought
Yeah.
Redman produced this.
Nah.
Um,
It seemed like Redman and Rockweiler did the majority of the album.
yeah, you're definitely right because I haven't really heard.
Yeah,
Uh, I haven't really heard much from other producers
yeah.
besides.
They sprinkled in some others. I know the next track was done by Rick Rock, but the majority of it was Redman and Rockwilder. Eric Sermon only did one track, which I think I understand why it could have been done. You had Mike and Keys and Theory has it, and there's like other producers they use, but the majority of the tracks is Redman and Rockwilder on here.
Yeah, I'm. This is it's not a terrible song, but man, and this is
Hmm.
like after experiencing so many highs, man, I feel
Right.
like in order for me to uh get my head bopping again and really start
Yeah.
vibing out, like I need something that's more up tempo and something that's longer than a minute.
Right. Facts. We got track 27. Why You Mad? This is with Mr. Cream and Runt Dog. Runt Dog is I believe he's part of Gilla House because he was like on the mixtapes and stuff. Back when Red was doing like Red Gone Wild and the Reggie album and stuff. And
Mm.
this was produced by Rick Rock. Rick Rock did stuff with like Snoop Dogg and a lot of the West Coast artists. 16 Bars, salute. He says album of the year. It's definitely made my top 10. I liked it that much, but we're gonna give our thoughts on it after the review. And like again, like it was. I like the beat. I didn't really care for Mr. Cream and Run Dog on it though. It wasn't after a legendary posse cut like we had with Light It Up. I think it would be hard to top that. So I just like the beat, and that really was it.
This is like sometimes when you have an established artist,
Uh,
that established artist wants to introduce the world to their homies,
right.
and we've seen this over and over again in hip hop.
Hmm.
Much respect to Runt Dog and Mr. Cream. Nah, dog. Uh, they,
You
they
said
they can rap, but they like sometimes sometimes you ever there's instances in hip hop where you feel like an established artist wants to you know ram
right.
they homies down our throats, and
Yeah.
there's so much in a rush to put them on. Like
Hmm.
if you like me, what you're gonna like my homies?
Well, I mean, Redman been doing this like he bought out like Gilla House mixtapes in the 2000s. So like Runt Dog, Melanie Rutherford, they were all a part of those mixtapes. So I
But
remember them.
Melanie Rutherford, yeah, she's a great vocalist.
Yeah, I remember them from those mixtapes and stuff. So like being that he ain't come out in so long, I think he wanted to put his Gilla House artist on this project as well. You know, um, but it was okay. It's nothing that stood out to me. Um, 16 Bars said Muddy Waters 2 is my most replayable 2024 album. That's dope. Dope. He said Don't Want to See Me Rich. Got the fire emojis. Definitely one of my favorites on here. We got track 28. Now this is when we get into the Superman Lover saga. We up to 7 now. Damn, we up to 7. It seemed like just yesterday he dropped part 1. But we got to part 7. We have the part 7 skit that was produced by Redman. And what did I say about this? Now this one, you had Red going back to his office after a night of fighting crime. He has a woman that he calls Lemon Tits that walks in with a bad weave and she had bad breath, and she's giving him an assignment to do. What did you think about this skit?
Um, is this like man? I'm trying to place the sample.
Uh
It's the same. It's the same sample Dre used for Snoop Dogg's song "Jesus and Hustlers."
yes, that is, yeah,
I
definitely.
like whatever is the whoever. originally did this song,
Mhm.
uh, there like that immediately got my attention.
Right.
And I think Redman did this beat.
The skit was done by Redman, and the actual song Superman Lover 7 was done by Kim and Rockwilder.
Okay, yeah, like this, like I really like this song musically.
Hmm.
Like I felt like there's like a musically there's like a rise and fall
Right.
between the verses
Yeah.
and the break between verses,
Right.
and the storytelling is classic Redman.
Yeah.
Like you know, like to me, like I always feel like if Ice Cube would have continued his Once Upon a Time in the Projects theme,
Uh-huh.
he would have been like on Once Upon a Time in the Projects Part 15 by now.
Right. And
Um, yeah, go ahead.
he yeah, like the actual song was produced by Red and Rockwilder. They sampled the G's and Hustlers joint from Snoop sampled that on Doggy Style. Red had some nice lines. And he had like some Marvel references on here where he said, "I jack Iron Man for the Audi. I sold coke to the X-Men and Black Man Denali. And when I need to get my bread right, Spider-Man sells for me literally on the website." So I thought those were like some clever lines, and he had like the Marvel references. I thought it was a good it's the continuation too, which was weird because I don't think he's ever did that on any of his albums. So the story continues into track 30, which was Superman Lover that continues. And now this one was produced by Theory Has It, and he talks about he had to like rescue Michelle Obama or some shit, or Michelle Obama got kidnapped.
By Donald Trump.
Yeah, so it was very political too. At the same time, which he made it relevant to what's going on with this country right now, and I liked it. To me, I don't think it's one of his best um Superman Lover sagas. But again, I would love to see him, and I've said this like years ago. I would love to see him do like he should have did a mini movie for like all of the Superman Lover sagas. That should have been like when he was doing Doc's the Name 2000 and Malpractice. He should have did a full mini movie on all of them. Just so that people could have that like off that side project from him, like yo, like because that's what people check for with his albums. They check for the next Superman Lover saga. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of surprised he never did a video for any of them. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm
Like maybe I don't know if Def Jam, maybe he did, maybe he wanted to, and Def Jam was being too cheap, and they didn't want to give him the backing on the videos, but I think like we up to 7 now. I think he should at some point he should do like a mini movie with all of them, like from 1 to 7, and just play it out visually in like the way people want to see it. You know what I'm saying? Because I really love the story, like from part 1 and with part 2 and the aliens in that story and part 3 and all of them were great. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, how come we never had no visuals for Superman Lover? You know what I'm saying? So I think at some point he needs to do that.
I as far as like the story, I kind of felt like he was low key uh, sunning Barack Obama. Like he's going to be the one to save Michelle Obama from being kidnapped by
Maybe
Donald
maybe
Trump.
maybe he got a soft spot for Michelle Obama in his heart or something. I don't know.
That could be true.
You know, I mean, a lot of people do. A lot of that was like a lot of the people's president, and that was the first time I ever voted. I never voted or went to the voting polls ever until Obama was running, and I voted for a black man my first time out, and that's how I wanted it to be. And I voted in November, and unfortunately, I didn't. I voted for Kamala, and we didn't get Kamala. We got Trump instead. You know what I'm saying? But Maybe a lot of people feel like Obama was like their president. You know what I'm saying? And we're not getting him back. And maybe Redman, felt the same way where he had to have an Obama skit on his album and then include Michelle Obama in the Superman Lover Soccer.
But the only thing that I would, this like a small critique.
Uh-huh.
Now, Redman is talking about the previous administration of Donald Trump, Mike Pence. I
No,
would have liked him to substitute Mike Pence for JD Vance.
right.
Like we in 2025, man. Like,
Right. Yeah. I mean, I feel like he's paying respect to Obama and Michelle by including them in some way on the album. You know what I'm saying? And Michelle gets kidnapped and he has to save her. I think that's funny.
I will I'm sure there's going to be some person, some
Yeah,
MAGA person that's going to be triggered.
yeah, of course. Of course. They are, hopefully he don't take the Kanye route and start ranting about it. You know what I'm saying? But um yeah, so that's track 30. We got to 31. Look at Here featuring Karis One. Um and he actually sampled Karis One earlier on Blue Shot. And this one was produced by I don't even say. I'm on Genius. Genius don't even have the producers. I don't even know who produced this one.
That that's why I
Um
hate. That's why I miss physical
oh yeah,
CDs, man.
yes. That facts. Like physical media will live forever as long as heads like us are here. Because that is what I grew up on. I only use streaming for like to hear the actual new album. But at the
Mhm.
end of the day, I'm still gonna pick up the physical because that's what I love. I want the album in my hand. I don't want to just stream it all damn day. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know who produced this, but I do love Karis One's verse. I think this is another song where Redman got outshined on. And Karis says, I come to rhyme, I come to rap. You undermine mine, your faces come to slap. Straight ghetto rap tracks, I come for that. I'm going way back like just ice with a handmade hat. On this Redman track, I'm laying back. Every day, everything is in order. Muddy waters, I'm playing that. I loved his verse. Karis One, the blast master, can never do wrong. He's always lyrically sharp on whatever song he's on. And I think this was no different.
Redman has a lot of songs with KRS One,
Hmm.
and I know Reggie um, mentioned the Blast Master as being his favorite MC from the '80s.
Right.
Um, I was I was thinking of my favorite collaborations involving KRS One,
Mm.
channel, Madism by Channel Live, Rough
Oh
Enough,
yeah, that was
with
great.
him and Freddie Fox from the
Yeah.
Sex and Violence LP.
Hmm.
Um, uh, Karis One's work with Big Pun and
Hmm.
Fat Joe. I did like Karis One's verse more.
Hmm.
When he said my delivery is Amazon, I took it there.
Mm.
Um, I'm pouring out the wine while I rhyme. Gluck, 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 gluck in here.
Mm.
For teachers only knowledge I look to share, but every now and then these rappers get the hook and spear.
Mm.
you know,
Crazy.
every now and then these rappers get the hook and spear. You know, he had like Harris One, he has no problem reminding people of his history
Right.
of pushing people off the stage.
Right. Facts.
I.e. PM Dawn.
And I was a fan of PM Dawn. I just felt like a lot of they shit went over my head because I was young. I was like maybe 11, 12 when they came out. So a lot of the stuff they were rapping about when it comes to like religion and they just seemed like it was like real heavy for me to be listening to at that point. A lot of this shit went over my head, but as like their songs were dope because like Set Adrift from Memory Bliss. Like they took the sample from what was that? Human League, I think. Spandau Ballet or one of them,
Hmm.
and it was just a catchy melody. You know what I'm saying? And Paper Doll, like I like PM Dawn. I just felt like they came out at the wrong time. I don't think the hip hop community was ready for them just yet. And I think like if they had came out now in this era, they would have been huge. They would have blew up. But I just
Yeah,
feel like at that time for rap, they were different, and a lot of heads didn't understand them. They didn't understand where they were coming from and what they were saying. You know what I'm saying? So I think that has a lot to do with the beef with them and Keras One, and they that whole night where he came up on stage and threw Prince B off, and then Black Sheep had to perform right after them, and judges looking at it like, how are we gonna top that? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So I remember when it happened. I was in the Source magazine back in the day, and that was like word of mouth, like the whole thing, the beef with Keras One and PM Dawn, and but I've always liked them. I just feel like they didn't get a fair chance in rap because of the times and what they were saying compared to what everybody else was doing at that point. So you know,
yeah, and like Redman from the outset of this album declared that he's a '90s nigga, he's a '90s MC, and
right?
he celebrates all things from the 1990s, from the music, the
Um,
fashion, the culture, um, the sports, whatever.
right.
And then KRS One, he makes a reference to the '80s,
Hmm.
which is so far back. I don't think a lot of people caught it.
Right. Yes.
He said, "I'm going way back, like just
Hmm.
ice with the
Handmade hat.
handmade hat."
Right. That's on the album cover.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like let's take it back. What you say, like, let's take it back to '79.
Hmm.
That's the way Just Ice set it off on that song.
Right. Facts.
And like Just Ice was the original gangster. He was the original gangster that was street but also conscious.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm glad people are getting exposed to who he is.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely love like this collab. Who knows? Maybe he'll make this a single too. Last track. Finally, we had "Smoke with Me." You had Red shouting out different cities. Like shouting out Miami and shouting out Chicago and Detroit, and this was like a thank me type of song at the end of the album. Smoke one with me, smoke one with your boy, and I like the beat for this. This was produced by DJ Static and Sage Monstrosity. I don't know them, but yeah, they did this track. And what do you think about the last track on here?
Yeah, I have no problem with this being the closing track. I think this is a great way to close the chapter on this book.
Oh,
Because uh, this is a very bar heavy album, and Redman just wanted to cool out,
right,
just light one up and just uh, take it easy and just shout out all of the cities that have supported him throughout his career.
yeah,
And I think uh, uh, this is a great way to put a put a cap on a great not great, but put a cap on one of the best albums that came out in 2024.
I
Like
agree.
he's gonna remind you that he's a weed head, that he's from Brick City,
Right.
that he likes fat women, that he's still in the streets,
Hmm.
with his people, but he got financial literacy. He's got investments. He's campaigning for people to help his community, and uh, he's gotten wiser.
Yeah.
And this is the best Redman album I've heard since maybe Malpractice.
Now, I like Malpractice, and the thing is, a lot of people don't like Malpractice. They hate it or they slept on it, and I feel like if you love Redman when he's hilarious, when he's doing skits, Malpractice is one of those albums. That's like the sister album to Doctor Name 2000, because the same characters that was on that album is on Malpractice, and Malpractice had like some funny skits on there as well. And I don't know, like again, like Def Jam didn't promote it. They pushed that album back so many times. I don't think people like the singles, like the song with DJ Cool. Even though the song with DJ Cool was dope, I liked it.
Let's Get Dirty.
Yeah, Let's Get Dirty, and that was the same. I believe that's the same year he had the Let's Get Dirty with Christina Aguilera for her album, for Stripped. That's another album I was on her street team for as well, and that went like 8 million, and she got Grammys for that and all that, and you know,
Was that
hmm?
move like a was that move um, motivated for his desire to achieve pop success?
I don't know, because she got Little Kim on that album too, and Scott Storch did a lot of production on that Stripped album for her. It was Scott Storch, it was Dave Navarro from James Addiction. He did some production on there. So I don't know. I don't know if Christina went to him or he went to her, and then that was like like she was going into doing like collabs with like hip hop artists. You know what I'm saying? He also did a remix with Pink. He did the Get the Party Started remix. That I believe Rockwilder did the remix for that as well. Like I had that on single, on CD single. I was on her street team for the Misunderstood album, and he did the remix for that. So I think he was starting to do the pop collabs and stuff, and the singles it was only that, and they picked, I think, Smash Something was the second single, but they didn't even pick the good singles from Malpractice, because he had a song with Missy that could have been a single. They didn't put that out. He had some posse joints on there with Def Squad. He had another posse joint on there with Scarface and Tretch that they overlooked. But I always felt like Malpractice was a dope album. It didn't get the promotion that it needed. You know what I'm saying? And then he came out with Red Gone Wild years later, and Reggie was terrible. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely think this was the last great album from 2024. Like when everybody kept saying, "Oh, we Nas and Primo's coming out," then they didn't drop shit. They dropped one song. You know what I'm saying? So we're still waiting for that Nas and Primo album, and Redman closed out the year with this phenomenal sequel. And I love the way that he did it. Like you said, like I said, he took his time with this. He teased us with freestyles and different 12-inch singles over the years. He didn't rush to put it out. Um, and he stayed within theme of the album, like with the songs, the production. He didn't go too left field with it. He didn't have a shitload of features. You know what I'm saying? I wanted a Def Squad feature. I wanted Keith Murray and Eric Sermon on here, and we didn't get that. And that was different because normally on his albums he had that one Def Squad feature. He had it on There's a Dark Side. I think, did he have it on Muddy Waters? I think he had them on Muddy Waters, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, let's see.
They were
No,
on.
Keith Murray wasn't on Muddy Waters.
Okay, he had them on. He had them on Doctor Name 2000. He had them on Malpractice. I can't remember if they were on Red Gone Wild with Reggie, but I wanted a Def Squad feature. I wanted Eric Sermon more on production. But even without Eric, he only gave us one contribution. I think the production was great by Redman and Rockwilder, and having various other producers like Crisis and Rick Rock and Mike and Keys. And yeah, it's a lot of joints, and I'm glad that he gave us a long play album and not come out with a 10 or 12 track album. Yeah, K Solo was on Muddy Waters. K Solo's on that. Um, and There's a lot of tracks that I liked on here. I liked the song with Method Man, which is going to be the next single supposedly. La La La. You had Dynamite was dope. Um, what else? Hood Star, Don't Want to See Me Rich, Jersey, Kush, Superman, the Superman Lover 7 saga. I'm on that bullshit. Looky here. I think it's a great sequel to the first one. For me, it's 4.5 mics. And this is the way to do a sequel album. Like we've had, like I said, like we've had people in the past to do sequel albums. You know, Lil Wayne did the all the Carter joints. Jay-Z did, the In My Lifetime trilogy and Blueprint trilogy. I don't feel like none of those sequels was just as good as the originals though. Um and AZ came out with Do or Die Part Two, which some people like, some people didn't like. But I think this is the way to do the sequel and staying in theme with the sound and the album concept and even the look. Like the album cover reminds you of Doc's of Muddy Waters when he's sitting out on the chair with the muddy Timbs on and got the shades on and the hat. I loved it. You know what I'm saying? And I just think it was a great album, and salute to Redman for you know coming out with his own singles, and singles that we think might be singles. He might not come out with a video for. He's coming out with, he just dropped Booyaka Shot, and I didn't think that was gonna be a single. He came out with I'm on that bullshit. That has a video also. So he might be going left field and dropping joints visually that we don't think should be singles. But salute to him for promoting his album like he should, and not leaving it up to a record label to do it. And I think it's a great sequel.
Yeah, I think Muddy Waters too um, is a top 10 rap album of 2024 for me.
Yeah,
Um, Redman's rapping is very dense, and he's an MC's MC. And because Redman is a producer, Redman knows what he wants to hear, and Redman knows how to get the most out of his own talents.
mhm,
And there are some MCs that need to have their hands held when making an album.
fact.
So sometimes that helps, sometimes it can be a detriment. Um, my favorite song is Goofy.
Goofy was dope. Yeah.
That that thick bass line,
Hmm.
I don't know if it was sampled or if there was uh, an actual bass player that was in the studio uh, that was able to provide that sound,
Right.
but it is very thick and very rich, and it knocks.
Yeah.
And the who's the female rapper on that on Goofy?
That was Key Turner.
Yeah, Key Turner
Yeah.
had the better. Key Turner had the best verse on that song,
Hmm.
and as a matter of fact, she had better verses than Runt Dog and Mr.
Yeah.
Clean.
Mr. Cream.
Like if this was like a if this was like a basketball team, she would be in the starting five, and the other dudes they would be in the G League.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so Goofy, Dynamite, Lala with Meth. That's that's the only song that is just as good as any song on the original Muddy Waters.
Hmm. Yeah.
If you go back, if you put Lala and put it in the sequence of Muddy Waters, it would flow seamlessly. Um, so all in all, Redman should be proud of this album.
Oh yeah.
I hope he goes on tour with it.
Yeah.
Um, I hope he puts out merchandise.
Oh yeah, yeah. He
Um,
he does have that. Also, I saw that on his Instagram page where he's selling like muddy water themed socks and bucket hats, t-shirts. So he got the merch popping already.
yeah, that will help spread the word about the album,
Yeah.
and and Redman is in the best position he can be. Like
Hmm.
he's making music on his own terms,
Yeah.
and he can do anything that he wants. And because he's already put in uh, the hard work, the hard labor, to reap the benefits of musical social security.
Hmm.
Like he can reap the benefits from all of those years of grinding, all of those decades ago. So peace to Redman.
And shout out to Redman also for bringing back skits, which is severely missed in our genre, where people barely do an intro anymore or an outro. And he brought back the intro, the outro, and the skits,
Mm.
which made a lot of his albums funny and fun to listen to. Having the Fat Shirley skit and my weed is taken skit, the Obama skit with Avion Crockett. I love it, and I this is his ninth album. Hopefully, we ain't gotta wait another 10 years for another album from him. You know what I'm saying? I would love to hear him come back out with something. Either in, yeah, if not this year, then 2026. But and shout out to him for definitely that posse cut that he did light it up with all the Jersey artists from Queen Latifah to Channel Live and the Artifacts and Nikki D. Like that needs a video. If there's any song on this album that needs a video, it's that posse joint. I would love to see a video with all of them in Jersey, just all together celebrating the Jersey artists and hip hop, and that's a classic posse cut. And I think this is a phenomenal album. And yeah, man, it was great. This was a great review.
And in peace to you inviting me to do this review. I
Yeah.
always enjoy doing these album reviews,
Oh yeah, man.
and I needed an extra week to really break down this album
Hmm.
and really uh, and really give an honest critique of the music on this album. Because
Yeah.
if I say I don't like a song,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to tell you why I don't like it.
Right. Same.
You, like I don't say I'm not going to do the it's trash and just leave it at that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would hope that's. I mean, I always say that. Like, if I don't like a song, I'm gonna tell you why I don't like it. If I like something, I'm gonna tell you why I like it. So that's what we do over here. I definitely got to get 16 bars on here, so we could do some album reviews and stuff and discussions and follow his channel on YouTube. He goes live and yeah, this was a great album review. It was long as hell, like 4 hours long, but this was a long album. And yeah, what tell the people before we go what you got coming up.
Right now, uh, I'm working on finding an outlet to continue having discussions about music and hip hop, and in serious issues uh, that that deserve the seriousness that it deserves. Um, I was looking at Blue Sky,
Mhm.
but Blue Sky doesn't have the functionality of the platform that I left.
Right.
So I'm in no rush.
Yeah.
But you can always find me on IG at Rakabash, RAKABASH, um, and also at Blue Sky, RAKABASH. Uh, and me, I'm from Detroit. I'm a longtime Lions fan,
Or Lions.
a long time suffering Lions fan. So every week I'm riding and dying with the Lions, especially since it's been reported
Hmm.
that there's a good chance that we'll lose both of our coordinators. So if it
Oh
does
man.
happen, if it does happen, let's go out and win the Super Bowl
Yeah.
because uh, nothing lasts forever.
Right.
Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, they have their own aspirations and they've put in the blood, sweat, and tears building up this team to
Yeah.
get to this point. Of course, they want to be head coaches on their own, and it seems like Dan Campbell uh, has honored their wishes and not hindered them, not kept them from being interviewed for jobs.
Right.
Um, because that's not fair.
It's not.
Like the only thing that I don't like is that I wish that the head coaching interviews would be done after the playoffs are over
Right.
because I don't want this to be a distraction.
Facts. Yeah. That I definitely think they on their way. I know you got some games coming up this weekend that's gonna be good. Commanders and Lions. I still got the Lions beating them. Even
Mm-hmm.
though Jaden Daniels has have a great season, turning that whole franchise around. But I got the Lions at home. Um, we got Philly, and
The Rams.
Rams. That's gonna be a good game. I got Philly in that. I think Philly's gonna win that one. We got Kansas City and the Texans. I got Kansas City in that. What's the Baltimore and Bills? I don't know.
They say that the last.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. I want to go with the Bills. I don't know. I don't know. I think Ravens could beat them too. That could go either way. I got the Bills in that though. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. Definitely leading up to the Super Bowl. It's gonna be some fun games you seeing. We're definitely gonna come back and talk about some of these matchups and you know now what you was gonna say?
What do you think of the Bills Ravens game being drawn down racial lines? Like I saw Jamel Hill.
Uh
She had a piece about it on uh, on her website.
uh
Like if Lamar Jackson loses,
mm,
does that does that mean that Lamar Jackson isn't elite anymore? He can't get because he can't get
he,
past.
he's still elite, but it's like at some point it's like if he can't break through to the Super Bowl, where does that leave him? Is he still high on people's list? I mean, it took a minute where for Peyton to beat Brady, but he finally broke through. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but I'm looking at it like for both of them, like if whoever win this game, if Lamar wins or if Josh Allen wins, more than likely they have to play Mahomes. If you can't beat Mahomes, how elite are you? And they
Mm-hmm.
both have had their issues with beating Mahomes in the past, and they haven't done it. So that's how I'm looking at it. Like like beating Kansas City is the measuring stick. Because if you could beat Kansas City, you go to the Super Bowl. And if they can't do that, then how elite are they? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You got to win it when it counts. Like beating them in the regular season is one thing, but beating them when it counts in the postseason is a totally different story. And Kansas City is a totally different team in the postseason.
And,
So
if you do you remember when the Chiefs lost to the Bills in Buffalo and
mhm,
Josh Allen he uh, ran it in for a touchdown on fourth
right,
down?
right.
That's not going to happen.
Nope, it's different. That's regular season, but don't put too much stock in that. It's like in postseason is when it counts, all for the marbles, and they haven't done it. So I want to see whoever come out of this Ravens Bills game. More than likely, you might have to play Mahomes in Kansas City. If they can't be Mahomes, how elite are they then? And every year, people got them high on their list. Oh, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, but they haven't beaten the dude when it counts. This is the dude with what 3 rings already, and
Hmm.
he's going for another one. You know what I'm saying?
It,
So
back in the day, it was only Tom Brady and
right,
Peyton Manning that were at the top of the heap.
right. Now it's Mahomes, and he is the measurement stick for any quarterback now in the league. And if you can't beat him, how good are you? And they
It's
haven't shown it yet. They showed it in the regular season, but they haven't shown that they can do it when it counts in the postseason. That's what's going to count.
it's like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. They're fighting for,
Hmm.
they're damn near fighting to be fighting not to be in third place.
Exactly, exactly. So like whoever comes out of it, that's cool. But you might have to play Kansas City in Kansas City, and that's when it's really gonna determine if they're on the same level of Patrick Mahomes. And right now they're not. You know what I'm saying? NFC, I think it's much easier. I feel like the Lions to me is the team to beat. Philly, if everybody can if they can get the coach and the players on board, they could be good too. But it's about what Sirianni does, and if there's any dissension between the players and Sirianni, that's going to determine their season too.
Yeah, and if you can't beat Patrick Mahomes when they haven't looked explosive all year,
Exactly.
then when are you going to beat the Chiefs?
Travis Kelsey has had a might be his worst season as a pro, and I've had him on my fantasy team. He only scored maybe 2 touchdowns this whole season, and
Hmm.
for whatever reason, they couldn't find him in the end zone. I don't know if he's having relationship issues with Taylor Swift or what, but he ain't been playing good. And if they can't get him back to that Kelsey that they know he can play, they might not be going to the Super Bowl this year. So I think we're gonna see in this week coming up, this weekend, who's for real and who's pretending, you know.
Hmm.
And I can't wait. I want to see. I want to definitely see those games, the Bills and Ravens. 6-6 said he got the Ravens on that one. We'll see. We'll see. Ravens on paper, they might have more firepower, but Josh Allen already showed you that he don't need no Stephon Diggs. That the receivers he got is just as good, and he's having one of his best seasons ever. You know what I'm saying? And
James Cook is no slouch on the ground.
James Cook is, yeah, and that was an issue before. Like they wasn't really utilizing their running game, and now they are. And once you have the running game going and the receivers doing their thing, they're gonna be hard to beat. You know, I can't wait.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. This was great. I'm gonna definitely come back next week with some stuff. I want to do more IG lives too. I wanted to get Ray on here, but he didn't answer his DMs. I should have called him. That's my fault. But I want to definitely do some more IG lives in the future, and you know, I got to get back to my shit. Like my page got reported, unfortunately, by some haters. So you can still follow me on my backup page. Thank God I had the backup page. Triborough_Gigolo. It's also my Daddy Rap podcast IG page as well. So I'm just gonna combine like a lot of the stuff we do on here on that page as well, and do some IG stuff. And yeah, man, it's been great. Definitely hitting the year hard like never before. I definitely want to go live more often every week with new content and stuff. So be on the lookout.
Well said.
Mhm. So yeah, subscribe, like, comment, share. Let me know what are your favorite tracks from Muddy Waters 2. What should be the next single? I love the fact that Redman is dropping all these videos for these songs. It's dope. Can't wait to see the video with him and Method Man next. And yeah, that's it. We out. Peace.